Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What is up? How are you? I love you. We are here for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. That's right. We're going to watch this chick Fitzsimmons, a defense, maybe, to see how she does, because she is charged with attempted murder of police. And that is a place you don't want to be. You want to succeed. If you're going to try and murder the police, you want to succeed and then get away. That's not legal advice. Do not follow that. Don't listen to me at all, actually. That was a terrible plan. Redo. Start over. Never hurt the police, ever. Or not attempted murder. I'm sorry. Assault with a deadly weapon. Assault with a deadly weapon. That is where we are. This is not... I screwed that up. Really, you guys should expect better from me, but you don't get it. You're not getting any better from me at all. Okay, let me get this thing. I've got the court background noise pulled up. Just so you guys know, I am paying attention. I'm watching you. I know what your fears are and all that stuff. I did stream for 6 hours earlier. A members only stream. It was fantastic. We watched Kurt bake a lemon pound cake. Who's it? Says new trial. Let's go. Also, why the funeral attire? You wear, wait, do you wear purple and plum to funerals? Based. My tie is lopsided. I know it's being a little bit of a bitch today, but that's okay. Thank you, Jew Walsh. I like the positive reinforcement. Not your tie is lopsided. Oh, brightness issue on your phone looked black. Yeah, no. Come on, he doesn't have any gold chains on or anything. What are you talking about? Oh my God, look at that. One of my favorite people's around. What's up, Nicola? How are you doing? It's plum. It looks black on your screen. Yeah, guys, I'm going to need you to fix that. I'm going to need you to really work on the color on your screens, because it is not black. It is decidedly not black. No Sleep crew returns. That's right. Hell yeah. I think we had a good time on the members only stream last night. I hope you guys did anyway. Looks like we have everything set, so I'll transition us. We are ready for this trial. We're pumped for this trial. This is a trial about cop versus cop violence. Raw action, nonstop. The cake was revolting. Fletcher Boy is right. Again, the problem with fatzos is that when they go and they talk about, they're like, oh yeah, I made this thing. Look, Mom, I'm a cook too. And they cook it and they eat it. And they're like, oh, it's just so good. And it's like, you say that about everything. There's nothing that you've come across where you're like, you know what, I don't want to eat that. So this is Kelsey Fitzsimmons. This trial has some unique qualities to it. Very, very important quality. Makes this trial watch at least more interesting. Makes the trial a bit more dramatic. Is we do not have a jury. Kelsey has waived her right to a jury. She will be doing a bench trial. That is a bench trial before a judge. Things are going to go a little quicker. There's none of this jury in and out of the courtroom bullshit. Everything will be said in front of the judge. Hopefully he'll allow full-on speaking objections because it doesn't matter. We're not trying to hide the marbles here. We don't need to do that. We can be straight out with it. It's an interesting choice. I think it's a good choice. It's always a tough decision when it's a serious question of to whether or not you want a jury. Usually you want a jury because you need one person out of 12, sometimes 8, sometimes 6, but one person out of the group to hold out. One person holds out, you get a mistrial, you beat the charges, kind of. You know, they can come back at you, but it really depends on who they are. Yeah, one holdout could be your lifeline. It's the difference between you going to prison forever or you literally walking on the streets the next day. So you normally want 12 shots at that. There's some different psychologies that goes into juries and power and all that. We don't need to get into that, guys. Come on. Let's be real people here and talk about the very real possibility that her crime, assault with a deadly weapon, can get very, very technical when that assault involves pointing a gun at officers, potentially. Pointing a gun at officers, potentially pulling a trigger on an empty weapon. The question is, did she do that? Did she do either of those things? Was she justified in holding the gun up? Because maybe there's a justification defense. Maybe she was caught off guard by the officers in her home. This happened in her house. Maybe there's some other factors there. Maybe she needs the judge to get legalistic. Maybe she needs that legal analysis more than a jury analysis. That's why this decision to go with a bench trial really matters. The other one is it's cops versus cops. Cops have special swagger in the courtroom. Their uniforms have swagger. It's built-in credibility in many cases. Backing the blue line or whatever, that could be in full force here. We could have a whole bunch of cops who play a little bit tight or loose with some of the information that they have. That could be an issue. And you can decide that maybe a judge, especially a judge who will have experience working with cops and knowing things like, the unwritten things about how they band together, about how they have each other's backs, about how there could be some coordination. I'm not trying to impute nefariousness until we get something with it, but there There could be some coordination behind the scenes with the union lawyers and stuff like that. So there's just a lot of opportunity for extraneous things to come in. And so instead of having that risk, you eliminate the jury's part of that and you go with the judge. You hope that the judge can look past those things or have the knowledge and, foresight to see through them and maybe even call them out. It's also going to keep this thing moving. It's going to make it less of a circus with the jurors because, jurors are a mess. Is it bedhead or new hairstyle? It's my hair wouldn't cooperate, so it just ended up like this. That's what we've got. Veds MP says I'm sticking to Rumble because I don't get the obnoxious ads. Chad is more awake over here or over there though, talking about YouTube. Yep, Rumble doesn't have the in video, the in stream ads the way YouTube does, I don't believe. I have to take my morning pills. So that is certainly an option. Rumble is open. YouTube does have ads. Sorry guys, they make up a significant portion of income for the show. For me, obviously, me being the show, and I don't have to have it come from one of you guys or multiple of you guys. It comes from the company, and if you don't like ads, YouTube Premium is a way to just completely avoid them. And then, your watch hours translate directly into revenue for me instead of having to watch ads. I don't mind either way, but it really does. I mean, it really just does help me keep doing this. So. And I appreciate that, Veds. So I get paid. And like I said, the Rumble option is always there. And if the ads get crazy obnoxious, one of the things I've found is there's a pause button and I can pause the ads for 10 minutes. And so if we get to some deep testimony and shit like that, probably during closing or opening arguments and closing arguments and stuff, I'll be up on that, pause button, trying to make sure that the ads don't play during those critical moments. Yeah, I said attempted murder. That my brain was fucked up. It's assault with a deadly weapon. I think I need to change. No, I think the description is fine. I think the locals description I need to change and probably correct the tweet on Twitter. Let's change that. I think can I still edit my Twitter post? I can't. No. Oh God. Why? I have to look like a fucking moron. Here we go. Let's do this. My bad. She's on trial for assault with a deadly weapon. An unchecked vibrator. I mean, very, very scary. Yeah, and so there's another reason that this trial is very important. Kelsey Fitzsimmons appears to be somewhat cute. She appears to be somewhat cute, at least in pictures. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't care. I don't care what a, crime an attractive lady has committed. It's someone else's fault every time. Every single time. I'll take that to my grave. If you live by that, you will find yourself in a happier state. I promise. Just treat them like the queens that they are. Don't mess around with them. Who are you even anyway? Okay, we do have a beautiful super tip this morning. That's disgusting. I hate you for saying that so much. Peachy says she is pretty. She is tiny and blonde. You motherfuckers better not say a damn word. Okay? Not a word about that. Not one. Sassy J in the UK gifted 5 memberships to start us off on gifted members. Thank you. Thank you for that. Your gifted members are fully welcome and embraced here. We will embrace your member. We will hold it. We will keep it dear and close to us. Now calm down. No. No. Simp squad. Simp squad. Oh, the super tips are muted. I'll fix that. Everything's muted. I forgot. My bad. It's not muted anymore. Here's the first one.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to let you know that after that stream, I put my micropene in that lemon pound cake.
That was horrible. And then this.
I'd eat your baby batter off her chest.
There we go.
So, Jay,
There we go. Hey, what's up? Megan Fox immediately comes into the stream criticizing. Just every time. Just comes right in. Criticizing from the start. God damn it. Oh my goodness. Hold on to the night. Hold on to the memories. We won't talk about it. Just trying to make you better. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Local's a little bit out of control already. MS Gentleman says, I'd have sex with the defendant until the room smelled like dog surgery. I don't know what that means at all. I have no idea. Are we going to do this? Are we going to do this fucking game? This is going to piss me off. Hold on. I think I'm going to have that memory leak issue. I might have to... Okay. You guys got to bear with me for just a minute. This is going to be the most annoying thing in my entire life. I have to... I don't have to do shit. It resolved. Never mind. I'm going to get rid of some of these extraneous tabs that I have open. This might help. Nick, did you hear the court audio when they revoked her bail? Uproar about that. You should hear that. Maybe at the first break. Memory leak is better than anal leak. That's true. Ask Karen Reed. Turn up the court.
Superior Court. Now sitting in Lawrence, standing before the Common of Essex, do I near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Yes.
This is March 23rd, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025.
Oh, see, she looks
77
adorable.
CR 311, scheduled today for jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves?
Excellent selections for her.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Gubitosi.
Can't wait to see more of that outfit.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marina Moriarty, also for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Hair is down as it should be.
And with me is my paralegal, Courtney, which I thank you for allowing her to be at counsel table, and my client, Ms. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning and good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
They brought a spray tan blonde
Folks,
to
before
compete
we,
with her,
before we
but she
start
looks
the
better
trial,
than
I
her.
just
That's
wanna tell,
perfect.
Our media members and our audience a couple things. First, you probably all know that I issued an order early this morning.
I don't know.
About what is expected of our audience members and our media here in the courtroom. And I'd like to just emphasize
What about the
four
media at home?
aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as
That's a
neutral
paralegal, Megan.
and
Keep
impartial
up.
as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that. Just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the
I
Supreme
think.
Judicial Court,
I might be wrong, but I'm pretty
allowing
sure I'm right.
authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among
This
the
camera on the judge looks phenomenal.
Next, other than these 3
They finally brought a
cameras,
fucking high-res camera
no one
into one of
else-
these.
No one else.
Look at how
is
great the
allowed
judge
to
looks.
Use a cell phone camera or any
There's
electronic
shadows,
device to
his
photograph,
dynamism.
record,
I
or
feel good about
transmit
this.
Any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom, or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members
This
of the
image
media,
has
may
layers.
photograph
There's a
or
real
video
lens.
anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So, in other words, out in the hallway and other public
Are we talking
areas of the
Showtime
courthouse,
close,
do not
Cinemax
photograph
close,
anyone,
or like
videotape,
PBS
et cetera, or
close?
any of the places.
I need to know.
You
These
should
are
treat
this is what the
any
people are
orders or
asking.
requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should at this time check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a courtroom. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right.
Geronimo,
Now,
long
counsel,
story, Boston
just
cop.
wanted to go over a couple of
She's at her
procedural
house.
Things
Other cops show up.
expectations, I guess.
She allegedly raises her gun at them.
So with
They
a
shoot her
few
in the chest.
exceptions, I think I mentioned
Whole
this
bunch of
at
other
last
fucking
hearing,
drama
with a few
involved, though, with her
exceptions other than a
boyfriend
pre-charge,
and a kid
I'd
and
like
stuff
to
like
treat
that.
this trial as I would a jury trial. So in other words, using the same process, which would include openings, closings, obviously, but also a charge conference before I deliberate. If you folks have pre-marked exhibits, I thank you for that. Anytime you do that, that's great. It speeds things up. I'd like to have an opportunity to quickly look at the exhibit before it's either displayed in open court or handed to the witness, just so I can familiarize myself. Don't
Bench
assume
trials
I've
are
seen
always
it
interesting to
because I
see the
haven't.
judge's admission strategy
let's try to keep
for
our
evidence.
sidebars to a minimum if we can.
Look at this attorney
Like to have
layout.
Ms.
They're
Fitzsimmons
behind
at
the
each
prosecution.
sidebar, would be great.
Theoretically, they can
And
see the
also, you should
prosecution's
know that at the
computers
end
and
of
shit.
the trial, after I deliberate, I intend to announce a public verdict. I intend to explain my
It's a
reasons
nice
for
jacket.
the verdict. I intend to have a transcript of my reasons generated and filed in our public record. All right? With that,
If I need
any
to boost the
preliminary
courtroom
matters
audio, you
that
guys got to
folks
tell
want
me.
go over? No?
I have some preliminary matters.
Okay, oh, and you know what, and there's, one of them may be paper.
All of the trials I did were bench trials, mostly because they were in family
Still have
court.
it, but, paper 88 maybe? Yeah.
Boost it.
Okay, so on the motion for review, I'm going to take no action for now. I want to hear the evidence. I want to see the evidence, the Commonwealth didn't request one. I don't know if the Commonwealth will be objecting, but let me just see as the evidence comes in and whether I think it's necessary.
It'll be interesting to see if
All right.
Courtney and Kelsey start competing
Okay.
I was going to say.
as the trial goes on
Thank you.
with their
Okay.
outfits
and
and
what
their
else,
attire.
Mr. Brado?
Yes, Your Honor, the sequestration order.
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's
In my
several folks
opinion,
in here that are on the witness
Kelsey
list.
should always look
And
better
there's
than
also,
Courtney. Like it should be
something I
Courtney's
took note
job
of,
to look a little bit
which is
less
that
good.
There's several close family members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. So I would ask the court to issue a order in open court to those people. You don't need to single anyone out, of course, but I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that
Oh,
you
yeah.
cannot be a conduit to a witness.
That should
and,
help too.
Deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal
Orange and
sequestration
black can go
orders,
just
but
fine.
why don't I do this?
Court, I don't know,
Given that it's
man.
been raised by the defense. I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up
I don't
being
know if
called
he's going to
to
read off
testify,
any
you should
jury
know that I
instructions.
have
I mean,
issued
obviously, no
what's called
jury
the sequestration order. And what's
But I don't know if he's going to
most,
read
I
a
guess,
charging
pertinent
instruction.
for you to know
This is what I will be
is
looking
that,
for, etc.
You may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness.
I'm going to bring the
with
court
anyone,
back down a bit.
Else
'Cause I
on the
changed
witness
some other
list
things, so.
at all. All right. So
You Lady Rackets.
get to know who's
Good
on the
morning,
witness
girl.
list,
How you
and
doing?
you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps
Attorney
broad
Coakley?
enough,
Oh, I like that guy.
because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Bradle heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Brado?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Brado?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett
I'll take it,
did
nobody.
an investigation into the propriety of the actions of
I have some options on the audio. Not much I can do with video.
The person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements
Sorry about that.
of witnesses that
That was
were
my fault.
The product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did, asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
So, can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying, so this outside entity, private entity, CIC,
yes, sir,
conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay. And
I'll take the
you're
NAPD.
saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes.
You have that.
I do, and it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements,
Okay.
which I don't have.
All right, so that's the issue. You're saying
Right.
that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those statements. That's what you're looking for.
Correct. The actual real statements, and there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Nunan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it. But we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements,
Toby?
those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police because they bought the statements. They own the statements.
Well,
they have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
all right, so Mr. Bradle, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all of the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe that these...
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript is my guess, but they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Mr. Brado,
I'm not wearing black.
it seems
That's
to
your
me
phone
that this
being
is a Rule
racist.
17 issue. I can't I mean, I can't just order a third party, which
You
this
can.
would be, because again, the Commonwealth is required to turn over statements and information that's in their possession, custody, and control. We all know what that means. Members of the prosecution team. The North Andover Police Department doing some kind of external investigation does not make them members of the prosecution team under our law. So for you to get those, you would need to follow the Rule 17 requirements.
It just seems to me, Judge, that the chief of police who retains and controls the investigation, he was literally present at the scene of this incident. He's a part of the prosecution team. And so he's the one that controls the report. And for him to put on blinders and say, oh, we don't have that. No, that's not the standard is do you have it or not. The standard is it in your possession, custody, or control? And it is. And so he was literally at the scene. So he's the guy who's the decision maker. So I don't see how this is a third party issue. It's really just something that is so germane to the right to a fair trial that the police department in the very case and the guy that makes the decision is the one.
The sandwich in
who's
chief,
a
the sandwich
recipient
stout in
witness
chief is over here.
Is saying, putting on both hats, and now he's saying, oh, administratively, oh, I don't have that.
When were you provided the 80-page report? When was it produced?
I don't recall, Judge. At some point in discovery, I don't.
When was it produced?
Not like last week or anything.
Months ago.
This
Months
is
ago? Okay.
this is black.
Why are you waiting until 9 o'clock
This is purple.
on the morning of trial to raise this? You folks were before me for the very purpose of me weighing in on Rule 17 motions. Not a peep from you. Why now?
Because I thought we were going to get it. I asked for it last week, and maybe even before that. And, you know, I got.
Why didn't you bring it up?
They don't
Well,
have it.
they had time.
Commonwealth?
It's an independent report. I called the chief at counsel's request and asked them what they
Cat
got
slave,
from,
thank you.
Attorney Bennett. They said they got the report. I asked if they had any reporting statements, transcripts, and the chief told me no.
Okay. So what I would suggest at this point, Mr. Bradle, is you issue a summons under Rule 17. I mean, it really, at this point, I don't know.
I think it's a trial. I'm sorry to talk over you.
No,
It's a
just
trial
hold on one second. Let me just finish my thought. Maybe Rule 17 isn't the right vehicle. Maybe just a summons, a subpoena, which then the police department can, report whether they, if they don't have them, they could seek to quash or something. But
Trying to get
because it seems
discovery
me that
from
we're
cops
beyond Rule 17.
is like trying to pull
So
fingernails
that's what,
out of
what
a
I
baby.
would suggest doing.
They don't even have
Suggest,
'em.
Getting that out ASAP. As I said, I'd like this
Everybody
trial,
tries to stop
in
you.
the perfect world, the trial and the verdict to be done this week. We don't live in a perfect world. I'm aware of that. So if things come up, we'll do the best that we can. All right. Anything else, Mr. Bradle?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, like any trial, we're going to start with opening statements.
Can I send the defendant to the bar, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
That's
Yes,
okay.
of course.
He just asked if he could take the defendant to the bar.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey
Can I take-
Fitzsimmons.
can I take the
docket
defendant to the bar?
2025, 77 CR 311. ADA Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth does the
Courtney's
Commonwealth
jacket
move
is
for
cool.
trial.
Commonwealth move for trial.
I assume it's her.
Attorney Bradle on behalf of the defendant, does the defendant answer ready for trial?
I assume the cuffs are
Ms.
on her
Fitzsimmons, could you
sleeves.
please stand? You are now set to the bar to be tried before the Honorable
Brah.
Justice Jeff Karp, Justice of the
Jeff
Lawrence
Cock.
Superior Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Jeff Cock.
We will now proceed with
Really?
opening statements. The Commonwealth
can't
will
give
go
me a
first
Judge
because they have
Jeff
the
Cock.
court. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the witnesses be ordered to exit the room for the opening statements, please.
Okay, yes, I thought that the sequestration order was that, part of the
You wrote it.
sequestration order was that witnesses wouldn't be in the
Massachusetts
present during
patient.
courtroom proceedings. Is that not the case? Is that not what I ordered?
That's what I asked for, and that's what you ordered, and that's what I expect, and I don't know why these people are sitting here.
Okay.
Get out!
Any
Get out of my courtroom!
No?
Okay, so members of the audience, if you are on the witness list, if you have been told
The
that you've
platinum-haired
been
one.
identified as a
She'll write the
possible witness at this trial, you must leave the courtroom.
What's up, Ben
and
Ramler?
Remember my order about what I called a sequestration order. Thank you very much. There may come a time where I need to make
Do you want to let you guys
exceptions
know?
to that rule, counsel.
We do definitely have
and
super
you'll let me
tips
know
in
when
stock,
those
as well as
exceptions
super
are
chats and rumble rants. All of them are available at your local debauchery dealer, which happens to be me.
We'll just give everyone a moment to filter in and out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradle, are you content? Do you want to take
Yes.
a look around?
I believe
More-
that.
You want to look
people
around?
came
You
in,
content?
so-
You good?
Yes, no, I know those folks, that's no problem.
So I'll just say it again, folks that just came into the courtroom, if you've been told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom.
Kelsey
during
gets a
these
phone?
proceedings. All right, unless you're
Bullshit.
told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
David says their formality and screaming seems to be a little over the top. I'd have trouble taking them seriously. We'll do the
defendant
super
raised
tips
her gun,
whenever it's opportune.
leveled it at Pat Nunan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Nunan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Nunan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Nunan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force.
Oh my
He
God!
was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. It was specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first
Bow staff
assignment
training.
was on the ground in a Humvee.
Bad impressions
Later
training.
on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter.
All Humvee your
He was
squadron.
honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security.
Sorry, I hadn't paused the ads. I forgot what I had said. It's paused
All
now.
the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover Police for years.
Thank you, Barbara Fett.
Town police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations. Barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice
I don't
a
want to
month
switch ties to
and
this.
40 hours in a separate block a year.
What do you guys
He
think?
did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department.
Or B?
And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, He was a detective, had a specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daley, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Nunan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened.
Until he
Kelsey
shot her.
Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Elaine, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order...
She's the best looking defendant
granted him custody
of any of the trials I've covered.
4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him.
I don't know how that impacts her guilt or not.
And also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daley was at the PD when Mr. Elaine came in. The restraining
She's
order
over
was faxed in
34,
court.
too old for Kurt.
And Lieutenant Daley called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Nunan to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down.
Oh yeah, she's got a kid. She's out.
At a school.
Kurt would turn her
about 100
down.
yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her
This is the tie I wanted to wear
that there was a
earlier.
restraining order.
Anyway, but
That
it
there's
was
going to be
down
a
in my office
hearing
already.
on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officers, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement.
The real guns are in here.
The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Elaine at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtney.
Cadillac, you're killing me.
The officers
My mother said
allowed
purple is
the
a
defendant
horror's
to walk
color.
around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that, So the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Alain. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left, is the baby's room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door on the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to
I want to
the
imagine
officers.
what Kurt's
Once they
saying
take
about
possession
that.
of it, they put it down.
Or I'll take her to the
They're following the
bedroom.
protocol. He's trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom.
I've got pound
and
cake.
Mr. Alain comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Nunan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, "I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me," because she's upset with Mr. Alain. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Alain, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home. He lives in Stone, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daley is down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs in the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Alain's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house.
This is her
Officer
boyfriend
Nunan is standing on the landing,
vindictively
watching the
using a
defendant
restraining
in
order
the
to take her
bedroom.
child, if I remember right.
She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Nunan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click. It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire.
It goes click, click, click.
Officer Nunan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. "Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it." She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired.
I like Courtney's hair
And so she
sweep.
was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tap rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it.
Rackets, that's me.
She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Nunan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. "Kelsey, don't do it." She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Nunan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses.
I don't know what crazy
and then
circles
strikes
you
her.
guys travel in, but make sure you let them know that we're streaming over here. Even if
She
they're watching
immediately
other
goes down.
streamers as their main platform.
Lieutenant Daley runs up.
Some of them aren't
Officer
streaming,
Houston
you know, at the
runs
start
up.
of the day and stuff like that. We're here. We're here during lunch breaks and all that stuff.
They call for an ambulance in the fire department.
So let them know where they can
She's
park even
eventually
for a little bit.
Taken,
Put their sweet
taken
little
to the
tookus in their seats
The
and
gun
watch the
that
show.
she used on Officer Nunan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daley grabs it, puts it on the bed.
I'd like to see
Officer
more of what's
Nunan
underneath that jacket. What I mean is her
Still
shirt. I want to see her
focused
shirt.
on procedure and what to do. Picks it up and moves it farther
That
away
jacket's
from her so
fucking
it's not
cool.
a threat.
I'm stuck on it. It's
That is
good.
eventually
It's a
collected
good
by
jacket.
Officer Poor who shows up later.
Pink's
The
dangerous when
credible
you're
evidence
white,
in this case,
but I think she's
the only credible evidence in this case,
she's not completely washed out. The dark
will
undershirt
be
really.
that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Nunan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brando, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do
Against
that,
every training manual
you quickly
to shoot
realize, Your Honor,
someone who's about
that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed when her fiancé, Justin Elaine, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden.
Here's where the juice is.
In an ex
This is
parte
the drama. Why is she in this state?
The
Why is
North
this going
Andover
on?
Police had to serve that order.
State had to skip that. State
And in
wants
the
a boring
late afternoon
non-story.
of the 30th, 3 officers, 3 male officers, Lieutenant Daley, Officers Nunan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms,
This is to a judge, so strategy
and
is
give the
different.
baby to Mr. Elaine.
To a jury, you want this drama, of course. To a judge,
And that
they're
day,
going to
Your
pretend
Honor,
it doesn't affect
Kelsey
them. It does.
stood in her house
It does. Drama affects
in
everybody.
humiliation
Don't listen. Don't listen to the
in
judge.
front of her police colleagues
Listen to me.
and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. She decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement, because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another
We'll do a fashion
location in the
breakdown.
home.
Short answer, yes. This is how
She's
a
told
woman who
that
looks
she
like
needs to
her
pack a
should do.
bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Nunan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and
Thank you,
books and
Attitude.
thereabouts, and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's
Zero.
evidence of her state of mind.
Right now, I'm at not
That she has
guilty.
no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason to, and her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself, because her life's over, in her mind. So, at that point, Your Honor, her, apparently what was later learned to be her mom, comes in the house, and she's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away
Understandable.
a baby from their mother?
Understandable.
That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Nunan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. It's a pretty simple layout. Nunan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's
Manuel,
room where she
remind
got
me
some
of this
stuff
later.
across
It's
the
important.
landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when the I don't want to say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here, and Houston goes downstairs. Nunan, in a moment after Houston went downstairs, Nunan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Nunan. I told you about Houston. Nunan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Nunan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Nunan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor.
Wait until Nick sees the hooker
So I
sister.
don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence.
We're pro-trans
The evidence
here.
will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Nunan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to no other. And we've discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed.
I did
as
see
it
the
relates
bailiff.
to, or doesn't relate
Here
to,
at our first lesbian sighting, I'm
Nunan's
pretty
state
sure.
of mind, Your Honor, that he's as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor.
Hello, KY Amy. Amy Hick. How you doing? Welcome.
Getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Nunan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face, and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face. The evidence here,
Whoa,
Judge,
that
will
sounds
show
like a
that
sweet song,
he was
like a
trying
white
to
guy
tell her
rap
not
song.
to kill herself.
Got my hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face.
The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him, and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting.
I've seen cops yell no, no, no at people with
How do we
like
know
knives
this even more so?
and other shit.
Besides the lack of
coming at 'em,
motive
so, like,
and the utterances
Cops just
that
don't
he
want to
made.
shoot people most of the time.
We know because
Except
of
for
the
that one guy who
location of the
deserves it.
firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daley will tell you that she's on her back.
Spending all that time on her
The gun
back,
was
you know
under
what I'm
her
saying?
leg. If Miss Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Nunan, and falls backwards, how does that gun swing around to get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Nunan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics.
Ooh, I hope we get a physicist.
It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun
I'm
to
a
their
physicist
temple.
with the law.
So it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So
You don't go flying when you get shot.
location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened.
This is a dirty Harry.
Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away. Hits the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action.
It's the air
That's
conditioner.
panic.
What's the air conditioner?
So Daley comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive,
I like
what
this.
makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful.
I like that he's reminding the judge of his
Anything that's doubtful is
obligations.
obviously not consistent
You're going to
with
do this, Your Honor.
what the Commonwealth wants to
You're
have
going to
happen
do
here.
this.
It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence.
I think it's respectful.
Only 2 people were in that room.
It also says
There were no body cameras.
we're here right now, you and me.
The police
We're
never
here. This is
interviewed
where you have to be.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
You can't be
They
down here.
circled
You
the
can't be up
wagons
here. You can't be
immediately,
off in the.
right at the scene.
This
You'll
is your
see
job.
everybody treating Nunan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Nunan.
So he
And
shot the
everybody
air
wants to
conditioner.
defend Nunan in this situation, and no one even took a minute to think about
My man needed to be out of that
whether
situation.
Kelsey may have a different take on things.
We're
They
not
have something different
We're
to
not
say.
actually pro-trans either. We're just not.
Why?
We just don't give a shit.
Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Nunan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer, no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you, with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never
You would
point a
suspect.
firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case, and I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daley, please.
Sean Daley.
We're lightning round, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to go fast. The judge knows the story. They don't have to do the same things here. They have to establish the record. They have to tell their story. They have to tell their narrative. But it's truncated because the judge knows the story. The judge knows their aims and their strategies. The judge knows all of this information. It's not new to him. So he's going to be making sure that the record is there, it's consistent with evidence and any, and that his pretrial rulings are enforced. He's going to be there making sure that the admission of evidence is done properly, foundation is laid, no one's telling major fibs or veering off
The
course.
testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
So help you God.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning? Excellent. Good. Folks, can you, I just need to speak with our assistant chief for a moment.
Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? Okay, well, they're at side bath. Let's quickly get this super tip in.
Super tips are the golden showers of comedy. Golden, I say. I couldn't watch the lemon pound cake for fear he was going to pound it. American Pie style.
It had a gooey center. He ate the raw cake. He's like, this is good. It's like, that's custard. Gross. Shelley C. Nick is sporting the Mortician with Flair look. I think some people believe I'm wearing black. I am not. Nick Naylor says, feels like you're getting your groove back. Just like Stella, now I have to have sex with a black man. Mr. Blue Sky Henrik says, don't ever point the gun to your temple. Correct. Very dangerous. You missed all of the Afro Man trial? We did it all in 2 days. To be fair, Tay Diggs, though. I mean, if you're gonna have sex with a black guy, it might as well be Tay Diggs. Like, if that's the... I mean, if you're gonna go for it... If you're gonna eat chocolate, it better be dark and luxurious. He can also sing his ass off. Tay Diggs. Beautiful singing voice. Great in Rent. Unsung, fantastic performance in Way of the Gun, which is one of my favorite movies.
You look at this and realize there are people in chat saying, I can fix her.
Oh, I don't think she's even needs to be that, well, I mean, suicidal, losing her kid. It's not that much you gotta fix. Maybe. I'd pick Shamar Moore. I don't know who that is. Is that a black guy? Shamar Moore. Oh, that's a handsome motherfucker. There's no way around that. Who is this guy? Oh, he's from The Young and the Restless. That's cheating. Soap opera people aren't real. You're in lust with Tyrese Gibson. He's your baby boy. But he dies in that one song, Unbreak My Heart by Tony Braxton. Very unfortunate, because he had a very promising career. And they're like, okay, Mr. Tyrese, we're going to try and save you from Fast and the Furious 2, which is the working title right now. We'll change it later. But we need you to die in this Tony Braxton video. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. That was way too high. She's down like 4 octaves from that. I'm sorry.
On the other hand, I would just take advantage of how broken she is.
Good God. You don't have to word it that way. You have to word it like witty and as a euphemism. Otherwise, people will realize you are the monster that you're claiming to be. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears. I cried so many nights. Unbreak my heart. What's the waterfall in the background? It's an acoustic noise messer-upper. It's a white noise generator. They just play those really loudly in spaces where they don't want people to listen in. Damn, that was kind of good. Don't ask Lady Ragged. But you guys want to hear someone sing that song? Lady Ragged sings it, and I die. Like, it's awful. Every time. It's hard to come back. We used to sing that song all the time because it was on this PlayStation game, PlayStation karaoke game. So I was just fucking around. But I don't know if I could do it now, but in the past, I have sang that song exceedingly well at times.
All right, folks in our audience, folks that are listening.
Great shirt, belt.
It's come to my attention, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything because
it was me.
We're all making our way through this trial, trying to figure out the rules.
She's got a deep plunge on that shirt.
My understanding is that these proceedings are being so-called live streamed, and obviously, or maybe not obvious, we also have a public phone line open that's court sanctioned that is broadcasting the audio.
A public phone line?
I want folks to know that those folks that are on the witness list may not watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, or listen to our.
Don't listen to the judge. You can watch it here because everything I say about the case will be wrong and retarded.
The whole point of
I'm kidding.
Of removing those folks
that was a joke.
Is so that their testimony will be their own testimony, their own memory, and not that of other witnesses. Right? So I've instructed both sides to tell the folks that are here.
Bring back those nights when I held you beside me.
Watch the live stream,
Unbreak my heart.
While it is going on.
Say you love me again.
That also means that at the
Undo
end of the
this
day,
hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life.
listen or watch any rebroadcast of those things. Again, we want a transparent.
I know you're talking to me, but you should direct this comment at the judge. I love his tie. I love it.
Folks are testifying based on their own memories. Okay? Thank you. And Commonwealth, you may proceed.
He just admonished all the witnesses and everybody else. Like, you can't watch live streams.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name's Sean Daley, Seandaley.
And, sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your career path at North Andover?
Yep, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I filled in as the SRO at the school for about a year and a half. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, I was assigned to a drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016 and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Justin Yalian and his sister came into the station, into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay, and did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiancée at the time.
Okay, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant?
May the record
And so
reflect
what was
he
her
reached
role
over the
as
microphone.
as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024. Not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025 she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Cup of Soothe, I do see.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
According to the CGIS printout when we ran her prior to going over to serving it, I believe there were 2 other firearms that showed up.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the basic procedure of what a restraining order is and what you do as a police officer when
Objection,
you
he's not
get a
a-
copy to serve?
He's not an expert on restraining
The
orders.
219A order is a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's in imminent fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And a judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, how did you guys get it? How did the PD get it? Do you remember?
It comes through our email to the OIC@NAPD.us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Comes through?
Our email system through the courts. The court sends it to, I believe every police department's like that now.
Okay. You use some letters through the...
OIC, at napd.us,
Oh.
short for officer in
I
charge.
see.
Officer in charge?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And all the supervisors get it.
Okay.
So this is an
So you
interesting
got it.
facet. Of
Yes.
course, the judge can ask questions to the witness to clarify
Did you know
their
that Ms.
answers. The
Ms.
jury can't do
Fitzsimmons
that.
had a small child?
Yes.
Were you able to review the contents of the restraining order itself? Not the affidavit, but what the court ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the court ordering?
She was to have no contact with Justin, the alien, or the child. She couldn't go within 100 yards of the residence in another town, I believe where his parents live. She had to surrender her firearms license to carry. Could have no contact with him.
As a result of getting that order, were you yourself going to serve it?
Yes.
Were you going to bring anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a decision as to who to bring?
Yes.
Why?
Based on their experiences, the way they've performed in the past, they're both calm, cool, and collected.
Well, until he shot
and
that
they demonstrated that throughout their careers.
Okay, and who are we talking about?
Patrick Nunan and Timothy Houston.
What did you do to get in contact with them?
I called Tim Houston on the phone. I asked him to drive by Kelsey Fitzsimmons' residence to see if the vehicle was there. He drove by, the vehicle was parked away from the house by the Atkinson School over in the corner of the parking lot. He saw the car, and then I asked him to call Pat Noonan, or get in touch with Pat Noonan, and I would meet them over at the Early Childhood Center. From that point, you could still see her car where he was situated, but she wouldn't have been able to see the cruisers.
Okay, and so you did that?
Yes.
Did you make your way over to the meetup spot?
I did.
And
Some
who was there
witnesses
when
may
you got there?
still be there.
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
That it would
Did
be
you
improper for them
formulate
to
a
hear.
plan as to how you were going to serve
Experts, et cetera.
the order?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So I explained the order to both of them, let them know exactly what we were there to do. Explained that we had to deal with the custody of the child, or the exchange also.
What was the
and
order?
that she had firearms in the house, we were going to have to
Why was the
seize
order?
those.
Did you make a plan with Justin Alayan concerning the child?
Yes.
What was that?
I took his phone number before I left. I told him to stay in the lobby of the police department until I called him. When I called him, he'd come over to pick up the child.
Did you make your way over to the residence?
Yes.
And what was that address? Do you remember?
No.
No problem. How did you get there?
It's Phillips Brooks Road. I'm not sure of the number.
Was it 125 maybe?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I'll be right
I'm
back,
sorry,
guys.
What road?
Go to the
Phillips
bathroom real
Brooks.
quick.
Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you.
How did you get there from where you originally met up with Nunan and Houston?
We drove.
Okay. Where'd you park?
We parked in the school parking lot, which if you were looking at her house, it would be over on like the right side of the house. There's some trees and fencing there. We parked right over there.
And did you walk over?
We did.
All three of you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you got to the house.
We walked up to the house. I believe I rang the bell and I knocked on the door, and she came out holding the baby.
And when you say she?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons came out holding the baby.
And so can you tell us about your initial interaction with her?
Kelsey opened the door. I told her that we had paid documentation for her, and if we could come in, and she let us come in.
Did you tell her what the documentation was originally?
At the door?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So where did you go in the house?
So when you walk in that door, it's like an enclosed front porch area. We walked into there, then the front door, the main part of the house is there. We entered that, and if you go to the left there, it's like a living room. We went into that room.
Okay. Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes. So I asked her to put the baby in. There was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to put the child down?
Justin had told us that he had concerns. Justin, the alien, told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything. or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her, that Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay, and did you explain the
Oh, that had to piss her
orders
off.
that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him, couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living, it was in...
Yeah, whatever, Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I said we were taking your guns?
Yep.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was on I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Okay. Did she respond to that at all when you said that?
No.
Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes.
She has?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over to pick up the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry, repeat it?
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have she said like she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called her mother on her cell phone.
What happened next?
Sorry to interrupt, no, excuse me, just, Ms. Fitzsimmons is the defendant here, and she cannot see the witness.
Oh.
Can she kind of move her over here, Judge?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I want her to be able to see.
Yeah, of course, no, absolutely.
Yeah, get her over there. Get her over there. No problem.
Maybe you folks slide down.
Part of the confrontation clause does involve the literal ability to confront the witnesses against you. So, Sixth Amendment issue. Judge has no problem letting her slide over, slide into those DMs.
So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, it's important that you and all counsel are able
Oh,
to see
Megan, if I
everything,
got a
okay?
story for
Thank
you sometime.
Can you see?
Yes, I can. You're right, I can't.
Can't see, you may have to sit 2 rows back there. I don't think that there's much that we can do about it. Maybe you can move the table up or something.
David? Ah! Why are you coming here just to piss me off? No, you're going to have to overcome beyond a reasonable doubt against a pretty person. Nope.
Counsel, you all set? Everyone set in the back row? Okay. Hold on one second. Ms. Moriarty, can you see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So what happened next? She called her mother.
She called her mother.
Okay.
Yep.
Did she ask
called
if
her
she
mother.
could gather anything for the baby?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about that.
She asked if she could get some items for the baby. So the baby started getting fussy in like the bouncy chair. Officer Nunan ended up holding the baby for a little bit, and Tim Houston and I went around with Ms. Fitzsimmons into the kitchen first. She opened some drawers. There were some like jars and formula bottles, whatnot, that she was grabbing and putting in a bag. And then we came around, she went upstairs to the bedroom where the shooting occurred. I was with her. She walked in, looked around, we walked back out, went back down the stairs, and then she went into the room. If you're looking at the house, it'd be the room on the right that had like storage shelves along the wall. There were some diapers and other things like that that she grabbed.
Okay. Why did you escort her around?
Because it's serving an order like that, you don't let anyone, I mean, we control the house, we control movements.
Okay, so you wouldn't let her be in a room by herself?
No.
Or out of your sight?
Correct.
Okay. What were you looking for as she was walking around the house?
Any potential weapons.
Okay. So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house.
None of the descriptions of her actions sound like someone who wants to point a gun at the cops. All are consistent with someone who wants to point a gun at themselves.
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah, the mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
Okay. So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order, and the statement was made that we were taking her baby, and I told her we're not taking your baby, Justin is, and she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Nunan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Elaine arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Elaine arrived with his sister. They came in the house. Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Nunan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend, he had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him,
okay,
or give them to him.
So he had left the house. The sister, excuse me, do you know her name to be Courtney Alien?
Yes.
Elaine, excuse me. And she took the baby outside.
Yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things,
okay, including
a suitcase in the basement.
Okay, and did he go down the basement?
He did.
Okay. After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Nunan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. At some point, did Officer
Houston
come down?
It's crazy.
He did.
And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there, because we didn't want them interacting. So
why'd you bring Justin to the house?
Hold Justin the alien at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen.
He shouldn't be at the house at all.
Okay, and
especially if she's a danger to him. You're putting him in danger.
Upstairs overseeing the defendant?
Yes.
What happened next?
Maybe a minute later, I'm down in the family room with Kelsey's mother and the child. They're over by the couch. She's holding the baby. I'm standing right basically on the wall of where if you pivoted around the stairs would be to go upstairs, and the front door opens kind of funny. So I was just standing there waiting, and then I heard Officer Nunan.
Was the baby still in the house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
The baby was gone at that point. Okay, so how close are you to...
So Kelsey's mother is still downstairs in the living room or family room with me. She's over by the couch, and I was standing by the wall.
By the wall near the...
Closest to the staircase to go up the stairs.
Okay, did you ever hear Officer Nunan or anybody else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
What happened, I heard Officer Nunan call out in like a loud authoritative voice, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey."
Okay, and what happened after?
Hold on one second.
That, again, that doesn't sound like a woman about to shoot a cop. I mean, I've seen cops say stuff like that to people who are attacking them or chasing them, but generally speaking,
Thank you.
don't do it is like, don't shoot
Did
yourself.
you hear anything after that?
Gunshots.
How many of you remember?
Two.
Pointed at him, he's like, drop the fucking gun.
Coming from upstairs?
Yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Nunan call out, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey," I pivoted, looked up the stairs, and started running up the stairs.
When did you hear the gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Nunan, was he at the top of the landing?
He was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured?
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see the gun was, she had a firearm down by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed. I'm between her and the bed, and then we started dealing with it, like rendering it.
Where was Officer Nunan at this point?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Did you have your gun out?
No.
Did he have his gun out?
Yes.
Okay.
How big was his gun? Was it bigger than
Do you know
yours?
what happened to the gun on the bed?
The gun on the bed, at some point when I was trying to wrap gauze around her, Officer Nunan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
Okay.
Sorry, Officer who?
Noonan handed it to Officer Core, C-O-R-R.
Did you, can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Hey, you guys on Rumble, make sure you please
so I
hit like on the stream.
She had a gunshot wound
Share
to
it
her
if
chest,
necessary.
or
That
lower,
shit helps.
between the abdomen and the chest, like
Chat
right below like,
away.
the breastplate.
Not
And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Talk as much as you like. The letters are free.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need medics or something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
Fire personnel arrive?
Yes.
They take her away?
They did.
Okay. What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What happened with the gun, if you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had next to her when you walked into the room? Do you know where that ended up?
Yeah, so if you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was a like a gun safe on the floor right there. And Officer Core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to, things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question. Did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so
you can rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Bradle, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike anything?
I am moving to strike and asking for rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What Core
What
did?
Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Mr. Grubachowski.
He can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal knowledge.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden, and I'll look out for it in the future.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been
pre-marked.
They've been pre-marked? Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark Exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then Exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive in an envelope. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive in an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yes.
Okay.
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
Okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
And those are agreed to.
Okay. All right. So, no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
The biz end, typically, I would say jury every time.
Do you recognize?
But if you're going to go bench, like this is one of the times.
So that would be
where it makes sense.
If you're looking at the house, I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
You hope that the judge sees through
Is that the way the photo
the jargony nonsense of the cops.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the house.
May I approach you?
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick?
Oh! The fucking courtroom bridge troll stands up.
No, actually, I can see better with this one.
Okay.
So that's the, basically to the right of the house.
And that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes.
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
Yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4.
Criminally confident. Thank you so much, but I'm not in
Recognize
black.
that?
Yes, it's the
in
residence.
Do adjust the dials on your television.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come into the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same.
stairs going up?
Yeah, stairs going up, yeah.
Can I, I'm sorry, can I see Exhibit 8? There was some glare, and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes.
What stairs are those?
Those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
You need to put something
Show you,
black
exhibit
like
number 13.
up at all times.
Recognize what that is.
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you
Feed the
asked
baby
her
to one of those
to
things.
take a seat when you first got in there?
Yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
Black chicken
Let me just
blanket.
excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Beyond Breton.
Yes.
Team member, welcome.
I'm okay with where it's at.
All the way at lawyer
Fire-
status.
Sure.
We can see it, though. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle?
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense? Or-
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct, same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you
I'm
just?
sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
I forgot
that
to
is the
put the
kitchen.
super tip link up
So
in the rumble.
right now, we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen?
Yep. Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and jars?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers in like a cabinet that she'd opened. There were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe
And
formula.
that's exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As the
kitchen?
kitchen, yeah, part of the kitchen, just different angle.
I'm going to display
The biz end is
firefighter
sold.
number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to the, in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
No,
Would that be the stairs down, going down to the basement?
potentially, yeah,
Okay, well, I'll get that.
sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes,
What room is that?
it's,
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
it's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house in a circle?
Yeah,
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
yes.
Okay, what is that?
That'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see. Thank you.
Now that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is finally over 18, we can all say, "Hey, Kelsey," or holla at Kurt.
Exhibit 37. Can you describe
This
what we're
staggered
seeing?
courtroom
That's if you were at the top of the stairs.
is wild. Defense table
Looking
included.
straight on.
Prosecution
And,
table in front
here's
of the
the
defense
room
table is
to the
crazy.
right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's in the, you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you.
Are we thinking she's guilty or not? I'm at not guilty. The state has to convince me. Kind of my default position. Corey Ruchins was a little different because she looked so guilty from the start.
Do you mind on exhibit 38?
Let's get a poll going.
I had trouble picking up what that was. Could you just ask him again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase. I guess you'd call it a hallway between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room.
Different angle.
Different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay, thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
All right, we got to poll up guilty versus not guilty.
Recognize what
Also
that is.
guilty but cute and not guilty but cute.
Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number
Sorry, I wrote she's
49.
got the look and it's stuck in my fucking
You recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by...
What do we care about these chairs?
Fire personnel, if you remember.
I don't recall.
Who cares about the chair?
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
Jake, I'm just having trouble seeing it too, Keith. Maybe if we could just
I
angle that
didn't write
just a
down
little bit.
cute. Calm down.
It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine, thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room?
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
What in the world
number
could make you so blue?
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
When everything I ever do, I do for you.
same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner, you can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left?
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she
What's
was
up,
just past the
Flux? How
bed,
you
like her
doing, girl?
head,
Welcome.
pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
Furthest from the door, so
over here?
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way?
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left, you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph, or her?
Look at all the
No, I'm
fucking
sorry, our left is,
bastards.
we're looking at the photograph. So
Oh, one of those you
her
put a
right,
baby in, I guess.
if her head was towards the air
May
conditioner.
I ask the witness to get down in the purple screen just to...
Yes.
Oh, that air conditioner. You know, it sounds like this.
Could you just describe...
Could send to 79 degrees.
When you first walked into the room.
Yep, she's basically here. Like if my hand was her body, it was kind of laid like this. Her head was right over in here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg. She was laying on her back.
It was in her
It was
mouth,
somewhere right
pointed
in
at
there.
me.
But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you which the mark is exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in. Right now, it'd be like the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Or the bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
I feel like we would want to lead with the guy who shot her. I feel like that should be the lead, like, that should be your big home run. Yeah, she pointed the
Now,
gun
when you,
right at my face.
Went up there and you were tending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after...
He's not going to play as a mic drop.
Nunan say anything?
Well, she was still there.
That's the story. The story's entirely in that.
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, we were
state.
both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs, and I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion to strike.
Sustained.
Objecting to the the judge.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Judge is going to
Officer
disregard
Nunes?
comments.
Yes.
But it's about the record.
Sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you...
Gosh, he looks like he's scheming.
After the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Nunan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Can you imagine the Irish bar they all go conspire in after
I would
this?
ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Nunan?
Yes.
And Officer Nunan's going to testify?
Yes.
No.
And counsel?
I would object, Your Honor.
Yeah, we would object to
I think I
that.
need more of a foundation, but...
Why is it an excited
qualifies,
utterance? He's not
Yeah,
about
you
to
stated
die.
it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation.
You don't need his statement in through this guy.
In the
You need it in through
meantime,
him. You're
both
going to
had
cross-examine.
been tending to her wounds.
You're going to examine him anyway.
Yes.
And you said he was seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you
Like if they'd gone for this guy's state of mind
at the station.
from whatever the guy said, maybe.
Yeah.
Excited utterance, so you're going to bring the guy in. He can just testify to his own utterance.
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed, a little bit, trying to process what just happened, or bewildered.
bewildered. He just pulled the
Sustained.
trigger
As
and
to
shot
what,
someone.
like everyone else. I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor, what was his emotional state, etc.
I wouldn't say, he wasn't emotional, he appeared shaken a bit.
Not stirred. Very
I redo
important.
my request, Your Honor.
He appeared shaken a bit. This is a guy who popped off a shot at an air conditioner, like because he was startled.
And this was 5 minutes
barely
after
shaken
what?
after shooting someone?
After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
Yeah.
So how long did it take?
This guy looks like a
for,
corrupt cop from a
the fire
TV show.
department to remove Miss Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes, it may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly, yes.
All right. I'll tell you what. This sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the
Dennis Hopper sounding ass
objection when we get
motherfucker.
back.
This is a good time to
All
take
right,
a break.
so we will stand in recess, say, for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone?
15.
All right, thank you.
All rise, please.
What in the world can make you so blue? When everything I ever do, I do for you. And we said, na 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 na. She's got the look. All right, we got a 15-minute break. What is this cameraman trying to see? She is also a cop. She's on leave. Holy shit.
Paper airplane. No, I know, it's cool. I do the same stuff.
I'm going to turn that way down. In case it picks up anything interesting, but holy crap. So yeah, I mean, the basic gist is the shooter alleges that she pointed the gun at him, pulled the trigger, he heard a click, there was not a round chambered in the gun, but that's still assault with a deadly weapon. Assault is a crime that does not typically need physical contact. It is about the fear and trepidation put in someone by your actions. Battery is the crime which a touching occurs. If she had shot him, there would be a battery. Okay, we've got Sledge Entertainment says, never realized till last night's cooking reaction Kurt is the alien from MIB2. It's Men in Black. It's the tall one that has the miniature alien fit in his head in control. Yeah, the little joysticks and stuff. He was so cute. Driving around his little person bot. So, of course, we have the main issue for Kelsey. Her main defense is that this is according to her, that she wasn't trying to point a gun at any officer. She was trying to point the gun at her own head and kill herself at that time. She, of course, thank goodness, failed. Failed at killing herself. All of the testimony that I heard from that guy supports an officer dealing with a suicidal or self-harm situation. It does not support the officer who's got a gun pointed at them, to me. Now, that doesn't mean that a person in a self-harm suicidal situation doesn't point the gun at the officer, right? Like you go from here to here, and then suddenly everything changes on a New Year's Day. Everything can change. But on a New Year's Day, come on! Come on! The Unbreton with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, wait until all the facts come in about Justin's behavior. Defense holds almost 300 videos of him smoking weed outside in a period of 100 days. On days he was a working firefighter, another town, Nepo baby. Not going to sell me with weed videos, but I am looking forward to what they present. That restraining order is fucking wild. Cup of Soothe warning. Says, warning Twin Cities police easily startled. Yes, that was after the Mohammed Noor shooting, probably. Some of those that wear forces are the same that burn crosses. Cup of Soothe says, I skipped my Rule 9 hearing for this. Yes. Also, the hot crazy ratio strikes again. Thank you, Cup of Soothe, for those. And a Rumble Rant from Unbreton says, glad to see you back. Guys, your Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Super Tips, memberships, all those things are very, very much appreciated. They make me able to do this show, reliably and consistently, as it were. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think you guys can agree that we're starting to get there. Richard's trial, Afro Man trial, this one's trial. I'm going to keep trying to find, even when there's not like a big trial, these 4-day trials and stuff from time to time to do. 1, keep nice and polished up. 2, they all have the potential to be interesting. 3, not a lot of other people are going to cover these things, but there's always something going on. So, but yeah, it's all very much appreciated. While the trial's going, I try to minimize reading or playing them, mainly because I want the opportunity to respond, not just like rush through them. I want to read them and have a chance to respond to them.
Nick, why lie? I dated Buckle Bunnies, barrel racers, and CNAs before I settled down.
I didn't lie. I don't think. Did you? Vic J 829 taking the leap and becoming a member. Very proud of Vic J. Their life is markedly better already. That's all it took. $2 a month. Membership on this channel on YouTube is only $2 a month. I, of course, recommend the $5 plus packages. Take a look at them, see what you like. I probably need to reword them. Locals, $5 a month or more. Either way, does also get you the same access to the same content that's on YouTube for members. I try to keep that consistent across both platforms. If I miss something, let me know. I'll try and fix it. And we have been informed reliably by We Hear Well that if you are on Rumble and you get a Rumble membership and you link your Rumble account to a Locals account, you get access to Locals as long as your Rumble membership is active. So that's a great place to join up, because that gets you access. I don't even know how Rumble like member stuff works, but that gets you access into Locals. So you can just do it right on Rumble. You don't have to change platform. And if we do run a stream that isn't on Rumble, for instance, although again, I'm trying to rectify that and make sure that doesn't happen anymore. But if that does happen, it's just YouTube and Locals, for example. You'll have access to it. You can pop in, and you should. You should pop in and harass Locals.
What is it with these crazy Massachusetts women? Karen screaming at John's corpse through his voicemail, and now this beautifully crazy woman. Kelsey, get at your girl when you get off. I'll get us matching bulletproof vests.
How do you feel about anal linkage?
Whoa!
That's not an issue, baby.
Oh,
Glad to catch
come
you live,
on.
Rackets. You're looking good, and I'm thrilled to have the law pope back. John's dead.
John's dead. I love the little Easter eggs in there. That was great. Speaking of Easter eggs, I haven't promoted it as much, but ladies and gentlemen, Las Vegas, April 10th through 12th, Hackamania. I will be there, and I will be joined by the inimitable and ever lovely Lady Rackets. We will both be at Hackamania. If you guys want to meet us, if you want to come say hi, laugh with us a little bit, remember what mirth is. Have a good, fun, sober time for me. Come hang out with us at Hackamania. Hackamania.com. Use promo code RL for Ricada Law. RL. That'll get you some money off if you want to come hang out with us. It would be a joy to see any and all of you.
The mycopene counter being at 0 is unacceptable.
I agree. We've just changed that.
Love the trial streams. I've been listening to them at work as I deliver beer. Micropene.
Well, I love that you love them. They are They are a lot of work. They're a lot of time. At times in the future, some trials, I may have to do a thing where we start later in the day or whatever and condense it down, which people seem to be fine with when other streamers do that. So hopefully there'll be some grace there and some interest if I have to say start a show at 3 or 4 in the afternoon every day or whatever, and we speed through some of the stuff and tackle it that way. Or even if we do a trial at night, maybe we'll do that. Me learning that some of these things are acceptable. I didn't really think they would be acceptable early on, but knowing that people are all right with that, I'll always try and set expectations so that people know, like, is this going to be an on-time trial with the court? Is it going to be late every day? What is it? So we'll try and get that as clear as possible for everybody. If there's 2 trials going at once, I'm not opposed to doing both of them on condensed schedules, depending on my availability. If people seem to really in a weird way, like trials, I also know that some people don't like trials. I am trying to make sure we have ample member-only content and other non-trial content as well. There are other things to talk about. Sledge Entertainment says, here's 2 for a cheer to the micropeen. I think that's 3 now. And then we've got Chris Bookhammer. Nick looking very fed today. Micropeen. I'm not fed. I'm starving. I'm very hungry. Let's, I think that puts us at 5 of those bad boys. Try and keep track a little bit better. Oh! Okay, people were telling me there's a video of this that I need to see. Hold on. First break in Fitzsimmons. State is moving their case along. She's still not guilty to me. Okay, we'll put that. I'm trying to use a YouTube community tab. Trying to do all this stuff as much as possible. Get the message out. Because once the message gets out and people get in, they tend to have a good time. Something about that is probably inappropriately sexual. And I'm okay with that burden being placed on all of you. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, yes. Let's see if we can find this. So there was a hearing. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I don't want live coverage on this one. Should a pre-trial hearing. What was the moment we're looking for? Do not crack your own neck. That's very bad. Okay, I'll tell my neck to stop hurting. The Courtney Clenny trial is not until late April. Late April. So you tweeted it to me, Jew Walsh. Okay. Mentions. When? When did you tweet it? How long ago was it? Okay, I'm not seeing any links on Twitter to anything. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I got a DM of it. Oh, it was her bail hearing. Okay, I can't watch. This is 26 minutes. This will be too long. We can watch this over lunch, maybe. Excuse me. Cat Slave says micropene. Which we have now covered. That puts us at 7 of these guys. 7 of these guys, but only 8 memberships so far. I hope you guys do check out membership on YouTube or on Locals, of course. Always a great option. But check out memberships on YouTube. If you want to share some memberships with people, you are welcome to do so. We will not stop you. We will not stop you. And last night we had a 6-hour stream. Like a little under 5 of that was member exclusive. So we have a ton of member content. Typically 1 stream a week at minimum, sometimes more. Plus, there's a giant back catalog of members-only content on both YouTube and on Locals. So whatever you wanna do, it's there. It's there. We should be just a couple minutes away. It is 10:42. Did they say they'd be back at, 11:42 their time? Did they say 11:45? Oh, man. See, you say I shouldn't crack my own neck, but... Oh, like... I need a full-on chiropractic adjustment, full body massage. Cat Slave says, I'm no conspiracy nut, but I do find it odd that in Massachusetts there's never body cam footage when a cop may be involved in bad behavior. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Fletcher Boy talking to Chuck Morris says, Chuck Morris, I rarely get notifications from ScrewTube. I brought that up for a very specific reason. The other day, one of the reasons I didn't stream, just a part of it though, was one of my personal heroes died, and that was Chuck Norris. I met Chuck Norris when I was 6 or 7 years old. He was my hero back then. I watched all the Missing in Action, Delta Force movies, Invasion USA. I learned to hate the Vietnamese through this man. And I learned about breaking necks from Chuck Norris. When I got older and I went back further to before I was born, I watched him with Bruce Lee, learned about his credentials, but I got to meet him when I was about 6 or 7 years old. I can't remember exactly what date it was, but it was at a karate studio on Antoine in Houston, Texas. Opened by a guy named Paul Young, I think. He was a friend of Chuck Norris, and Chuck came to do a demonstration their opening day. He brought some of his crew. And Chuck Norris is a big part of the reason that I did well over a decade's worth of martial arts in my life. Quite a bit. Well, martial arts is a big part of my childhood and early adulthood. And, then I started this YouTube channel. These things seem unrelated because they normally would be. But in 2019, I got invited to a convention down in Knoxville, Tennessee called Bubba Fest. It was a Southern Heritage convention. It didn't have any KKK members at all. But it had anime people, it had comedians, it had Dog the Bounty Hunter, and it had Chuck Norris. And, you know, it was somewhere getting close to 30 years since I had first met Chuck. And I got to go up and talk to him a little bit. And his faculties were already, they were fading. He was present and then not present. You could tell. But they hit it kind of well back then. But anyway, I told him, I said, hey, 30 years ago, you know, you signed a piece of paper, because he didn't sign the picture of me and him at the time. He just signed a little piece of paper. So I have that next to it, the picture. But I said, would you sign it now? And he did. And it was just cool. It was just cool. He was a good man. By all accounts. Literally, by all accounts, I don't know of a lot of people who have anything bad to say about Chuck Norris. I mean, some people may have disagreed with his conservative beliefs or whatever, called him like hateful for those reasons, but the man didn't seem hateful at all. And he will be missed. I got to think there's thousands of other stories just like that. Can't imagine a career as, and I'm going to say it this way, as ludicrously storied as his, because he has a storied career for sure, but the story's insane. The movies are nuts. Braddock, Missing in Action 3. Why does his fucking 40 millimeter Mike, why does he have a bayonet on it? I don't understand, but he does. He does. And he launches that guy off of it, grenade attached, and he explodes. And that's awesome. And there's just not much cooler than that. But anyway, I love that man. The break should be over.
What do I got to get here? Thank you. I appreciate it. Seriously.
We have some mic action, but not really much going on. And of course, when Chuck got older, he didn't lay down. He didn't stop encouraging people. He had the Chuck Norris Total Gym, that weird thing with the pulleys. You're like doing this fish swimming stroke. Very weird. My friend had one. I was like, does this work? He goes, I don't know. I got on it and I like did a couple of them and I was like, I think so. I think that works. I don't want to do it though. I don't want to do it. But more importantly, Chuck pioneered us creating and selling our own jeans. And I don't mean like your jeans, I'm not talking about biology here. I'm talking about pants, baby. Because if you're snapping up those roundhouse kicks at the bad guys, you better make sure there's flex in the crotch and the knees of those Levi's. So Chuck Norris jeans are a real thing. Low rise? Not in Chuck's house. No fucking way. High rise to the moon, baby. You want that waistline up to your neck. Cover your nipples with it because you have bad dudes to roundhouse and you cannot have any little crack falling out. No butt hairs sticking out of your muffin top. Nope. Not with those. High rise city. Button them 8 times if you need to. all the way up to the roof. Because it's not about what's up top. It's about keeping what is down below flexed and ready to go. Chuck Norris jeans. Ha! One front kick towards total testicular liberation. Sledge Entertainment says Chuck is the only man strong enough to lift Kurt, but he never would. Out of kindness. Out of kindness, he never would. He would say, look, I don't want to humiliate you. I do believe you can do it with the Chuck Norris Total Gym. Then you can lift yourself with the help of these cables. He always had some old bag on there. I say that. I hope it wasn't his wife. I don't think it was, though. Some old lady. They're like, come on, 60-year-olds who watch TV, buy the Total Gym. You guys can be shredded like... And then they'd show them, and it's like, you're not that shredded, really. How much did you guys like Walker, Texas Ranger? I am going to blaspheme and say it wasn't my favorite thing. I like the much more intense, action-packed Chuck Norris stuff, like the Missing in Actions.
Court's back in session. Please proceed.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are heard.
All right, so we left off.
And the Commonwealth seeks to admit a statement made by Officer Nunan at the scene as a spontaneous utterance.
Why?
The defense has objected. Does either side want to be heard more?
I would, Judge.
Please.
I would like to be heard.
Yes.
So the government wants to have it both ways here. You know, they want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, you know, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect. So, you know, statements that are excited utterances are, you know, they can't be made after there's been time for reflection, you know, time
excited
for
utterances.
possible fabrication.
You bring
Here's
those
5
in
minutes goes by.
when you have an
And,
unavailability
you know,
of the witness.
This is not, you know, I know probably all of us attorneys in this room, and Your Honor certainly, are used to thinking about excited utterances maybe in a little more of a liberal fashion with like a domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. You know, they've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts, and I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Kamala?
Your Honor, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of the exciting event, and the court should consider the factors.
Bad argument, by the way.
Same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is not claiming that, you know, Officer Nunan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Nunan is present. He's going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value.
Now this is silly because it's
the last thing, Judge, if I may
it's
respond.
the judge.
It's just that, you know, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive, it's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass. 476 Mass 1041 at page 1042 of 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection.
Yes!
This will be somewhat of a double negative, but I'm strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection sustained.
Based.
Right,
let him lay
may
foundation
continue, Mr.
and have him testify to it himself.
Just one other question. You were on scene.
Good ruling.
Correct?
Yes.
Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of surveillance outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound too, or is it?
No.
I came close to misstating the law. I do want to make sure and correct it. The availability of the witness is not determinative of the excited utterance. The excited utterance exception to the hearsay restriction can be used even when the witness is available. So I think that's silly because I think
Can you folks in the back row CRA?
think they can be cross-examined on it,
We can see when it's on
so
the
they can bring
screen.
it themselves. But that is the rule. I didn't want to make a statement that sounds like a misstatement of the rule. But I like that this judge's reasoning. This judge's reasoning is like, you guys are just saying that it wasn't a non-reflective statement and an excited utterance, but there's no foundation that it was an excited utterance. A foundation for an excited utterance would be something simple. If there's another officer in the room, she points a gun at him, and he like pulls up his gun and shoots, says, she fucking tried to shoot me. Like right then in the moment. Well, then you have another officer to testify. Yeah, actually, he said that as he was pulling his gun out, like it happened right away. In this case, we don't have any sufficient testimony to establish how long it was afterwards. Excited utterances are given automatic credibility because it's your natural reaction. It's not a contemplated statement. It's not prepared. You don't have time to form a lie is what they come up with. I don't know where that comes from as legitimate sciencery, but that's how the courts look at it. The courts say this statement is reliable because the person was caught by surprise or alarm, and then they issued their statement in that moment of alarmedness.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can,
Gen X
in my
medic.
questioning, I can play it after.
I step away and it's now rock set. Now I feel really old.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Wayne.
Every time I
you
see
think
you,
can,
I
just in a couple
try
minutes, or you're not
to
sure?
hide away.
I'm not sure. Okay. All right. All right. So, why don't we?
So I hope that
maybe,
clarifies
fix it at the lunch
that
break.
objection.
Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
And hey, if any of you guys are Twitter,
All right, but if we're going to do that, Mr. Wayne, is that?
if any of you guys are Twitter junkies, I made a little post to tagging Rumble
That's
video about front paging.
That's fine. Thank you.
Front paging this Kelsey Fitzsimmons stream, which I believe might be.
All right, so, do you have questions? Do you have additional questions?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It
I
might
thought
be the
that you
number
had
one.
additional questions.
It might be the biggest
No, that's what
Kelsey
I said. I wasn't
Fitzsimmons
asking any additional
trial
questions,
stream
so I
on
can-
Okay.
Rumble,
So,
which is
so I guess, Mr.
not
Bradle,
like it's said.
we started to watch Exhibit 73. It cut off. We're having some audio-visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross?
I can
Without
start, but it is my problem now, Judge, I guess. I just would like it to work at some point.
So to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it.
As far as I can tell, There really aren't many trial streams on Rumble. They don't promote them. They should. And if you guys agree with me, maybe you could throw a retweet, maybe tag Rumble, like below my tweet or whatever, and just say, hey, you know, people on Rumble might want to watch trials and stuff. I was trying to talk to Rumble about...
You know what, while we're doing that, can I see counsel at sidebar?
I think Rumble has an opportunity to actually make a dedicated trial streaming space, but if they're not going to make it friendly for creators, they're not going to get there. But I think there's a bunch of people on Rumble who would love to watch the trial, or any trial, all of the trials. Bouge, garlic, cayenne, hollandaise. I care. Don't say who cares to my tweet, Bouge, you meanie. How rude is that? I'm sure there may even be some streamers who would be willing to work with Rumble on exclusivity for trial streams. Say, hey, like they don't even have to... Well, I don't know. I don't want to tell him how to negotiate or whatever. But it seems Mike could. That if they could make some exclusivity deals that mostly involve promotion. Get eyes on this thing over at Rumble. Let Rumble know that there is a trial community. I think they should make, you know, they have these different tabs for everything. And I think trial commentary should be one of the categories. Tag Pavlovsky in it. I hope he doesn't like me, or I hope he doesn't hate me. I haven't talked to Pavlovsky in a long time. I mean, I'm a purist, so I think that it would have to be only lawyers and then other true crime people who aren't Megan Fox. Megan Fox, I don't think, should be allowed to stream. They're having some AV issues. So those AV issues are slowing things down here at the court.
Folks, let me just make sure that I understand. Mr. Gubitosa, you had, if this were to play to its conclusion, you would have no questions? Correct. Correct. Okay. So then, why don't we do this? Let's march forward with the cross. And obviously, Commonwealth can follow up on redirect, and maybe by then we'll get it working. All right? Unless you were going to start with that?
Ah.
Trying to be flexible, Judge.
Sorry
If
about
you
that.
want to set the stage with how.
Okay.
Is Megan in the chat or something? She was earlier.
No, that's fine. You should be able to try your case.
Judge, just an idea is we have the actual DVR in the house, and so we have the same stuff. We may be able to play it from ours.
Yeah, that was
Actually, it's even better. We do have their compilation that we can try to play from here, maybe.
Right, you have the exhibit, you're just putting it in.
First, the Alex Jones show is playing right now.
Is that right? Can you just confirm that that's right? That
Yes.
It's the same exhibit? Okay.
Yes, Judge, it's what we received.
All right. So, let's see if we can get it moving, and if so.
We have it on our thumb drive here.
All right, so why don't we do this? Let's start from the top. Can you just replay, just start it from the beginning?
Okay, back to this video with no sound.
Consider this that this is during the direct by the Commonwealth of the lieutenant, and this is Exhibit 73. And now, of course, it won't work because I've said too much.
I love technology. It always screws you over.
Okay, thank you.
This is going to sound horrible, but I am so fucking glad to never carry a car seat again. Man, when you get that heavy ass toddler in a car, like they're sleeping still, you gotta haul them in. They're not quite a toddler yet, but oh, like, oh, come on, learn to walk and drive. Now, Phyllis, I'm hoping by the time that I have grandkids, which in a weird theory could be any time, but I don't think my son's producing any grandbabies in the nearest future. But I'm hoping by the time that I have grandchildren, they've figured out car seat. They just teleport children around. Realizing that I was never going to have to change a diaper again. I mean, obviously until grandkids or whatever, but for my own kids, I wasn't going to have to change diapers anymore. Oh man, I just had the most celebratory feeling in my life. It was like, thank God. Oh, you get so tired of it. Because, I mean, from when my oldest son was born, we had a kid in diapers until my youngest daughter was done. Insightful commentary. There's not much happening. So we have the two officers entering the home. Mom had baby. And this is good. There we go. The lights turn off. Officer bouncing a baby. Maybe you'll get to change your parents' diapers. Man, I think they would pay someone else to do that. You just have a little classical conditioning. One time you wipe with 60 grit sandpaper, they will hire someone immediately. Okay, so she takes the baby. She's out of there. He takes... So that's the boyfriend, I think, who has the restraining order. He shouldn't be there at all. And his sister, maybe? You guys have to help me out on the other chica. I do like that we got skinny people in this. Thank God. What happened? Okay, this guy's walking through, checking out, grabbing something. He's moving very direct. He knows where he's going. They're all still in their 20s and their metabolism works. Okay. Lolita, why are you wondering if this would be allowed? So far, this is very straightforward. I mean, he's packing up. Oh! Gunshot happened. He's now hiding like a coward. Look at this guy. She just said she's pregnant again. Why is this lady yelling like that? Lady Tammy says Kelsey was pregnant on this day too. She miscarried due to her injuries, which is really fucking tragic. All right, so here comes the EMT. There's nothing to hear on the video. There's no audio. They said this before. I couldn't hear the gunshot. You could just tell because the guy started running around like a moron. Jew Walsh, I have not been, but I will be. So here she comes. rolled up like a taco. Where's the baby? The boyfriend's sister or whatever, or his other girlfriend. I assume his sister. All I know is this, I don't want to get shot. Next time using a foam roller, you'll never need a chiropractor. I've used foam rollers before.
The conclusion? Okay. And,
I don't know.
all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay.
I don't know why they showed that video. I don't.
Examination.
I guess to show that it was normal. Everybody was acting normally. Nobody was expecting the shot or whatever.
I'm sorry?
All right. State on cross. Cop number 1. Let's take some bodies, baby. Or wait, not state. Defense on cross.
Lieutenant Daley, good afternoon or good.
All right. That's all right. I just need to be able to see Mr. Brado. All set, Mr. Brado.
Sorry, did something just happen? Sorry, I was hoping to just see that.
Oh, you're going to replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right. So
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you ready?
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank
Yes.
you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you
You gonna speak today?
did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right. When did you write it?
Afterwards?
And
when?
Was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Okay. Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
And when was that?
Friday. Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th since this happened, correct?
Correct.
Welcome.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Nunan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Alain at the police department?
They just changed
before
the audio
going to
completely.
Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere?
All together.
This.
if I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event.
I mean about this incident, about the service of the restraining order.
Just in the lobby.
So
and then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him other than.
All right. How did you get a hold of his phone number?
Because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I
was
would assume he drove, but I
well,
don't
you
know.
interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay.
Oh.
So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
All right. Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Elaine, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order, no.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Elaine went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living? Well, I knew he wasn't living at the residence because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things, as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
And you didn't.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at
ask.
Phillips Brooks Road, right?
Or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
All right. And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
I don't recall, but I know it's happened. Changed to a passive
How long
voice.
after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order?
No reason
did
to
you
bring the
call
dad
Justin
to the
come
property.
to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Nunan.
Not a trick question, obviously. Nunan and Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker.
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the...
Asking
I'll ask a more detailed question. Sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that? You didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby, and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF, no.
All right. Aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
Report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining
that question
orders,
was a little
you're
weak.
experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Yes. Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different,
that
isn't
the plaintiff leaves in those instances.
The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house.
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it.
Oh, really?
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what?
I
We're going to
told her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I
Are you
told
sure
her
you said?
was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever, and that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff, is what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
Thank you.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin and Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is not Nunan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby. Didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking
Best
around the house.
subscription on YouTube.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her
Baby
to
hates
put
cops.
the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying.
Correct.
And she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
So
There was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got
There was a bottle.
There was a bottle with formula or whatever there, yes.
And she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Nunan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Nunan.
Correct.
Right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Nunan, and Officer Nunan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Nunan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
Somewhat argumentative, overruled.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said. She gave
He wasn't listening at all.
her baby.
Oh, yes.
And she gave him the bottle and he fed her. Right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025? That's what I have in my notes. That's not
no,
right,
it was
is it?
before, I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23.
Okay.
Is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right?
Be right
Instructor?
back, guys.
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right, so she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Nunan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby.
Now, Smokey.
Officer Houston.
Don't be
Had
a
the
queer.
baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive at that
So
point.
at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Nunan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was Mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby.
And where were you?
In the living room.
So you're with her?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happened, he's downstairs, but he's not joined with me.
He's
around in like the kitchen right at the top of the staircase.
So he's...
According to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Nunan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
All right. Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Nunan, if you know?
Nunan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom.
Yeah, the mother
door.
didn't have the baby.
In like the
younger chick
if you
did.
want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like
In
maybe
between-
like a landing, like the top
Sure.
landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Nunan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet
Where were they?
Pervert.
over on the other, the far end of the.
How often is that
bedroom
true?
By the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes.
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
Yes.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Nunan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
All right. And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were
Yeah, it was
interviewed.
by her left leg.
Well, under is different than by.
When I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her. I could
There's no
not
question
see.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So,
handling.
Today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes.
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach her?
Yeah. Approach, can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness page 21 of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Andover PD.
Okay. You want him to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right. Lieutenant Daley, do me a favor, look. You can
Ace
look anywhere you want on the
Platini.
page, but I want to invite your attention
Welcome
to,
from the UK. We
right
learned.
here, and you can look up and
We
down.
learned from you guys that
Take a
these
look.
things had to be
Clear
public.
eyes yourself when you're comfortable. Okay. You got it? Yep. Okay. I'm going to read something. And then
I mean, kind of
read
the
it correctly.
opposite way.
So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
you did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, this is all weird because there doesn't need to be any performative flair for the jury.
Why did you roll her over?
You have to figure out how to
To
perform
see
for
if
the
there was an
judge.
exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes.
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Nunan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was within. He was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her, trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Thank you, Courtney.
Not that I recall.
Did Nunan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I.
Do a recap in a little
Basically
bit.
said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to her?
The same thing.
You both said calm down and keep
Now, you were
breathing
asked
to
if
get
you
like
had your gun checked as a result of this incident.
Nothing different?
What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No.
What do you mean?
What happened? Just physically? Did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it, and emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Wait, what?
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
You don't know who?
Speculate. So
I don't. I wasn't present
your
when anyone
service
else had the gun
weapon?
checked.
Okay, I appreciate you trying to help. My question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time,
What did you see? Who got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it I gave it to a Mass State Trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were 3 of them over by the truck.
How do you know if you don't know who it
which
was?
one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Did they do the things you said in front
You
of
didn't
you
respect
about
his name.
inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
At least he knows
Did
it
you
was
sign
with
a receipt
him.
or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being
Z
given
Brown,
up
that's
and checked?
I never
instance of the AC
witnessed
unit.
any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that
AC unit kicks on. He
Tim Houston had
panics and
already
fires.
left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from his firearm.
Okay.
So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? You
Fair
agree on
enough.
that? Okay. Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Okay. Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was
the
part of
question.
the quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
Weird
I think
question.
it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Nunan, wasn't it?
Both Nunan and Houston, yes.
Okay. And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is
it's
that
a
correct?
fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was actually yes.
Yes.
Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you
From a
consider
tactical perspective.
Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider? I'm sorry. Can you?
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was
Oh,
a
no.
plaintiff in a domestic situation.
Hang around for
seeking
more
to
than
get
5 minutes.
custody of his
Dave.
baby and her baby
See what happens.
through an ex parte restraining order.
Maybe you'll
right?
get pregnant.
Well, he was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'll strike him.
Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers
Doesn't have
about
proper foundation for
the
this.
credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
So you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that he said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know, that was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Okay. May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, people are in chat saying stuff like, "It doesn't seem like he hates her" and stuff like that. No, that's not the allegation. The idea is that this thing happened, and again, similar to Karen Reed. Like now there's a circle the wagons and cover up, but it kind of looks like this guy shot her in her own home, inappropriately. We try to cover it by circling the wagons and charging her with this assault with a deadly weapon, squaring their stories. Oh, this is what happened. Yeah. That's where I saw the gun.
Shooting and a crime scene's established. It's fair to say that
This
you
is mom time.
had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's
In
Officer
what
Seaway,
capacity? Oh, shit.
and he
Follow
has
up
some
on
special
that.
training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seawade?
Seawade, Sewade, and he came to the scene after the fact, right?
Yes.
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Nunan, right?
Yes.
Hello,
Nothing
Nunan.
When you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes.
You don't serve an affidavit.
Never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order, so they're on notice as to what.
Correct. They don't have to give you the affidavit.
Correct?
That's correct.
But that's
Now,
gay.
you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
Great. Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give it to him.
That's correct.
And you could have.
Could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the
Why would
affidavit
you?
and shows it to you and uses it,
It would be nice to
it's not a big deal
be
to make
served.
a copy
the
and hand
affidavit.
it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document I printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit, so you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served at.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you? And you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
He could have, but they don't normally do that.
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on.
Correct?
Are we going on to redirect?
I'd like to.
Redirect.
A couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order per what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
No, thank you.
Do you have any read?
No, you're
Lamau.
Let me just see if I have a question or two.
They don't have to serve the affidavit. There's nothing at all that says it. But the same with the warrant.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
I tell you what,
And I'm wondering, why
in the
don't
moment
we,
when they're searching your house or
should we
arresting
break
you,
at this point for a lunch break and come?
you sure
and
would
then we
like
can
to
come
know the
back at
basis
10:02?
for it.
Sure.
Great. Okay, we'll stand at recess.
All right. Stand for lunch recess.
Jewel says, yeah, it would be nice, but there's reasons they don't do that. What reason would that be? Thank you. Lady Raggets brought me a snack. She's such a gem. See, this is a great one. Marcy Cruz, upon what fucking basis are they taking my child from me? Now, I will say, getting the affidavit or not getting the affidavit probably doesn't help the situation. It's like, I don't think it necessarily hurts the situation, but it's not like you're going to read it's not like you're going to read why they're taking your kid away and be like, oh, that's reasonable. Like, if you care at all, you're going to still care. Hey, Paul Walls, I told you not to be a queer. You have a job. You have a job now. He says, what, are you going to litigate the issue with the cop serving the warrant, moron? No, it's just, like I said, it would be nice to see the basis on which they are doing the things they're doing. I didn't say anything about whether it's the right thing or a good thing. I just said, as the person getting searched or having their kids taken or whatever, you would like to know why. It's one of your primary concerns. It would be nice if they did it from the perspective of the person they're doing it to. Would it benefit anybody? Not really. Probably not. The person's still going to be annoyed. Like I said, they're not going to sit there and go, oh, well, now that you wrote it down, now I understand. Although they might. I mean, depending on how rational they are, maybe they were in a bad way before. Maybe they're in some confused state. They've rectified it. Law, why even read it then, moron? It was an interesting challenge to the question. Because I read whatever the fuck I want. This is my show. If you don't want me to read your stuff, go do your own show and don't read yourself. Same moron again, though. Like, that'll make you suddenly make sense. And that'll make your misread of the situation correct, I guess. Nice profile picture, Calorie King. There, I can be mean too, fatty. But you snort up sweet tarts through fucking fruit roll-ups. You sugar-addicted piece of shit. Fat-ass, ugly, stupid, dumb thing. This one's a good one. JD says, we would love to know why Massachusetts can take a child with an ex parte meeting with a judge. It is crazy that that a child can be taken on an ex parte order. However, to give Massachusetts a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, or the benefit of, I don't know if the doubt's the right word. She was being like red flagged, right? In essence. I disagree with those red flag laws. I think they're stupid. But they were kind of right. Her defense is that she was gonna off herself. Naval Brick Company, when I got arrested for a false warrant, I tried everything I could to get the affidavit, and to this day I haven't seen it. Oh, did they end up not charging you? Treasure Island, it's true. I don't have a soul. I borrowed that from the Irish. So we had a long break or a short break? Too much is going on. Maybe the basis was she's so good looking, she must be crazy. I do want to be careful we don't stray into simp territory. She's pretty, but let's calm down. If you know, you know. Thank you for the $2. Lunch break. Okay. Perfect. Let's do this. I have not watched this. Some of you may have seen it. Some of you may have not. Here's the bail. Here's her bail getting revoked. Which is kind of wild. It's really fucking loud. I apologize. Okay, so this is the audio.
Good afternoon. Calling Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons. This is docket number 2025-311 before the court in the defendant's motion. If the parties will please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, James Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Attorney Moriarty for the Commonwealth. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Good afternoon.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's present in the courtroom today. For the record, to my left.
Good afternoon, Mr. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody in the courtroom.
Thank you.
So I received the defendant's emergency motion.
Okay, so this is an emergency motion. This is before a judge. This is not the trial judge. This is not the trial judge. People are saying I'm going to hate her and stuff. So I already love her. She's now my favorite judge of all time.
For immediate release from this grant order. So I'll hear from the moving party.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Judge, this is an issue that...
Wait a minute. A woman losing her kids is emotional. Yeah, so is a man losing his kids, by the way. I'm 100% on board. You should know that, Nick, and women can get real depressed over losing a kid, and morons using protection orders like candy so he doesn't have to pay for pay child support. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. That was not unclear to me.
Causes Ms. Fitzsimmons a lot of pain, and I don't want to conflate her being able to pass the test because she's been passing them, but she has about 4 hours of pain and dizziness afterwards. And you know, I don't think anyone, and I know the court would share my thought that this shouldn't be a torture device for her. This shouldn't be something that causes her pain, impairs her rib healing, et cetera, et cetera.
No, it should be a torture device for her. We actually want a rib spreader, and we're going to need one of those cool chairs with the spikes all over it. I do apologize for eating on stream. I'm really hungry, and it's been a minute since I ate anything substantive. So I'll try not to interrupt this too much, but this is, again, a bail hearing that happened pre-trial. I think this is to help set the tone This is to help set the tone of this trial and how Kelsey Fitzsimmons is treated.
So, we're not trying to get any sort of advantage over anything. We just want her to not be in pain for hours after these tests, and B, we just want her to not have the anxiety that if she has a difficulty doing it, that she's going to get a knock on the door and get locked up. We were told by the Elmo people that, they may have to issue a warrant, and thankfully they didn't. And we appreciate, you have Mr. January's email regarding his own observations about what happened. And, I think that says it all. That's someone that has no bias or interest, and, probation enforces court orders, and that's that. And he is telling the court this is a problem. And, this is something that should be addressed. And
Okay.
so I see this as a simple adjustment of terms.
I don't see it that way, just so you understand where I'm coming from. I don't see it that way.
Okay, can I?
Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying, Judge.
Okay, what I'm telling you, it's not a simple adjustment.
Why?
One of the reasons she was released, and one of the reasons to ensure the safety of the community was for her to be alcohol-free. If she cannot do that or will not do that, that changes everything.
She's happy to be out.
Oh no, did she violate an alcohol-free order? I love how they do that. It's like, well, she needs to be alcohol-free for the community to be safe. Oh, does she? Is that how that goes?
Alcohol-free. She doesn't wish to be alcohol-free. It's just the means of determining that's the adjustment. That's what I mean when I say this is an adjustment that.
Well, a scram is what was ordered. Now, was she unable, when you said that there was a knock on the door, explain that to me, what happened?
No, Judge, that we don't want to have a knock on the door. She's living in fear of there being a knock on the door because of these tests. And it's just not, between the physical and then the mental anxiety, this is a very significant issue for her.
Okay.
And that, we just want to adjust whatever means the court wishes to test her or figure this out is fine with us. But this.
Okay, so a scram is a secure, continuous remote alcohol monitor. So it's ankle bracelets and portable breath devices used by probation departments to monitor sobriety. So a scram device it's kind of like an interlock ignition or whatever, except they can use them. You might have to do them at any time. You just have to randomly blow into your scram device.
This is just a very difficult environment, and just that's something that I just want to ask the court to adjust somehow.
Okay, so you're asking the court to adjust the court's order that's been in effect for 3 days with no medical evidence to support your claim that she cannot do it.
Well, I think you have 2 affidavits and the email from probation. I think that's pretty persuasive evidence that this is extremely difficult.
The email from probation is not evidence. If you have any evidence, now is your opportunity to submit it.
I don't understand the court's position. That's not evidence.
Okay, it's an email. It's hearsay. Commonwealth, do you have a position
It's
as
hearsay
to
from the
submissions
probation office
of an email as evidence in this hearing to relieve the defendant, Ms. Fitzsimmons, of a condition that's been in effect for 3 days?
I don't want to put it.
From the probation office, it's from the people who make the decisions.
Anybody on the spot, but we have the person who sent that email here.
Okay. So you have a burden, it's your motion. What do you want to do?
Well, Judge, I don't think that is the court saying that papers and emails and affidavits are not sufficient?
This is an email from a probation officer. The court gives that 0 weight.
How many fucking probation hearings would this judge have done? How many in her career where the entire weight of evidence is the probation officer's email or word? Thank you, sweetie. How many people have gone to jail or languished in jail or had their probation revoked on the words or email of a probation officer? The judge now says the court gives it 0 weight. 0.
Well, then you have an affidavit from Ms. Fitzsimmons and you have an affidavit from her mother of the physical observations of what happens. I think that's, you know, the more persuasive evidence than a doctor saying something to the effect of, you know, I think it's self-evident and it's common knowledge that if you have broken ribs, that it's hard to breathe.
Yeah.
What evidence do I have that she has current broken ribs and that she's suffering from broken ribs at this time?
Well, you have an affidavit from her mother, you have an affidavit from Ms. Fitzsimmons, and the other day we were here, I submitted the, I believe I submitted the instructions from Mass General about broken ribs.
Okay.
I mean, I just would just argue that it's somewhat self-evident as well. Thank you. That it's somewhat self-evident as well, and that, you know, she's having great difficulty here. It's been observed by probation. It's been attested to by her mother, and it's been attested to by Ms. Fitzsimmons. So it's just a very difficult scenario for her that luckily she has passed the test, but then she's got hours of pain afterwards. And the one that she had difficulty with, you know.
Okay, so I was a little confused as to what was going on. The issue here is they want to get rid of this scram device, which I mentioned. If you have a scram device, a lot of times I believe they have you on a random system, and you'll just get a text message that says you have to do your scram device, and you have to do it within like a couple hours. You can't be like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow or whatever. You have to do it pretty quick after you get that message, maybe even within a couple minutes. I'm not sure what the policy is. But to do any sort of breath-based alcohol test, you have to breathe deeply because you need the air that's going to come out. You need that to cycle all the way down into your lower lungs, because your lower lungs are where things like your alcohol receptive capillaries and shit, those are all down low. Those are all way down in the bottom of your lungs. And so you have to breathe deep. You have to pull it all down and then blow out. And you have to do a continuous blow for a long period of time, giggity. And that continuous blow is going to allow you not to have just shallow breaths or whatever. It is going to pull from deep down into your lungs. It's going to force pretty much all of the air out of your lungs. It's going to grab all of it. So they make sure if there is anything kind of hovering down there, it's going to get picked up. If you have broken ribs, that's hard. That's really difficult. It's not even close to like, there's not a nice way to say it. That's brutal. And so she could have to do this up to 4 hours a day. You're saying each time she does it, it's severely painful for her for hours afterwards, which is perfectly expected in her case. Real Jack Matt, why no doctor affidavit? She actually did have one about the broken lungs or broken ribs. He mentioned, well, that there was a recommendation for broken ribs or something. But why no doctor's note? She's only had this thing for a couple days. She doesn't necessarily go to the doctor. There's nothing the doctor can do to help her with that, except maybe prescribe her some painkillers or something. But that's not, instead they got this hearing for a judge to be normal.
Out of an abundance of caution, we were dealing with Elmo, and we were informed that they may issue a warrant. And
So I want to hear about the one she had difficulty with. When was that?
Wait a second. Well, so that's what I was saying, Judge. I don't want to conflate passing with not having difficulty. She has difficulty with every single test, and so she passes them in great pain. So she's had difficulty in every single one. It's in the affidavit. So she has difficulty on every single one. So that's different issue than passing the test. So she's experiencing difficulty all the way through. But the one that she was unable to was 9/9/25 at 3:09 p.m., I guess.
And was that a required test that she was to do?
Yes.
And she was unable to perform it?
Correct.
Okay. Was she unable to perform it?
No.
What happened?
No. So this, since she's been released,
Yes, where in office?
Would you raise your right hand,
probation
please?
officer.
Do you solemnly swear you will make true answers to such questions that may be put to you by the court or upon its direction, so help you God?
I do. Your Honor, if I could
When that, like they're just moving into, I mean, they just bounced right into a witness in the middle of a question.
just pass this up. This is
Sure.
information pertaining to all of our screenings.
And is that being submitted, Attorney Braille, as an exhibit for the purposes of this hearing?
Judge, I'd be more than happy to do that.
It's not more than happy to. You're either doing it or not.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead, Your Honor.
Holy
Okay,
shit,
so
what
just
a
said that
bitch.
she passed the test, so which is not an issue. The issue is that she's in extreme pain while doing it. Whether she passes. or
Okay,
not.
so there's one, Officer January that says
God, what an
incomplete
asshole.
at 9:10:25 at 3:09 PM. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, so what it means is there's a scheduled test that's programmed daily for her to be alerted and to initiate a test. And that happens. And so initially, she answers the alert and attempts to take the test, but is unable to complete the test. And based on my information, my conversations with Elmo is that is when she has difficulty either blowing as hard or as long, or a combination of both, into the machine to complete the test.
Yeah, this makes sense.
So what happens after that is there are additional attempts to complete the test, which she tries, and then ultimately on that particular date, she successfully completes and passes the test on September 10th at 3:50 p.m.
Okay, so she fails.
Okay, what I have in front of me is an incomplete test at 9:10:25 at 3:09 PM.
That's correct. And then if you just look
And then
right
it
above
says
that,
passed at 9:10:25 at 9:30 AM.
okay, so you're looking, I'm referring to this the second document, it's multiple pages.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you just go up instead of the one above it, the
Okay.
incomplete is the.
So it's 3:09, it's incomplete, and then at 3:50 she passed.
That's correct.
Oh, it's a 40
So that's
minutes.
a period of
40 minutes?
40 minutes.
That's correct. And you'll see the same thing.
So the other one, which is
September 9th, yes.
September 9th,
Again, at 3 o'clock.
but she
The test is initially incomplete.
at 3:09, and then it's complete at 4:21.
Yeah, 4:20, 4:21.
So there were 2 times that she had an incomplete test. Is that
Yes,
correct?
incomplete, and
And what's the procedure of the probation department when somebody who has a condition of release to have a scram and to pass the scram test in a very serious case if they're incomplete? And I have 2 incomplete tests and I was not made aware of either one of them.
so my
Yeah, but she
first
completed
job
them
when
later.
we get an incomplete
Not
test
even
is
long after.
to gather more information. And so, which is what we do. And so in response to the incomplete test, we call Elmo, we gather the information, which is she answered the alert to take the test as scheduled. Unfortunately, she was unable to complete the test because she was unable to blow as long or as hard as needed to complete the test. So ultimately,
This is an
at
equipment
4:20, she completes the scheduled test. There may be additional attempts in between, but ultimately she completes the test.
And we
So
know-
that's for a
we know she
period
didn't
of
And so-
fail.
an hour and 20 minutes.
That's
An
correct.
incomplete
Now,
test. When she's trying.
in conjunction to the hour and 20 minutes, we also know that and I observed it firsthand, that whatever the injuries are, which I don't know, and actually doesn't really matter to me, but when I was doing the installation process and observed what was genuine pain, like genuine pain. So I know.
Any objection to any of the terms used by
He
the probation
observes her
officer?
in
Okay.
pain.
So we have all that information. We don't deem that non-compliant. She's attempting to take the test, and she ultimately passes the test at 4:20. So with all of the information, that's not non-compliant. That's compliance, and she, with her obstacles.
What do you, I'm getting confused. What do you mean compliant? As far as when she was initially,
That's compliant with scram testing. She was ordered.
when she initially was, started to be monitored by SCRAM and you
Now the
went through
PO
the
saying,
preparations. Is
this
that
is
right?
fine.
correct.
Okay.
We're okay with this.
So when something is incomplete, do you typically bring it to the attention of the court?
No, that's not what we do. So if something is incomplete, as in this case, at 3, on September 9th, at 3:09, we have an incomplete test, which is a scheduled test.
Mhm.
And then we have, that's simply not the non-compliance. If she had missed the test, that would generate additional responses from Elmo, and then that would determine whether or not there's actual non-compliance. If someone missed a test because they were down in the basement doing laundry and then came up and realized that they had a test, took an on-demand test 20 minutes later and passed the test, which means there's no alcohol in the system, we don't deem that as non-compliant. That's compliance. If they missed the test and additional notifications were made
There have been a
by
couple
the
times where
electronic
I've
monitoring office
gone in
regarding
and
the
I've had
missed
trouble
test,
going to the
and she
bathroom,
failed to respond, or she failed to,
for example.
take an
I
alert
just
for
have to
another
leave,
on-demand test. Now that's
have a drink or whatever,
non-compliance,
come
and
back
we
and
would
pee.
initiate a pretrial violation notice and
It's
notify the
essentially
district
what's happening
attorney's
to
office.
her.
This particular case, I don't deem non-compliance because she's complying with the scheduled program. I'm aware of pain based on my observations from the installation process. So as long as she's attempting to take the test, continues to attempt to take the test, and then ultimately takes the test, that's not non-compliance. That's someone that's,
Well, that's
to
your
me.
position that's non-compliant.
Well-
It's really up to the court to decide whether.
Why the fuck is she on a scram? Is she on scram based on the allegation? The allegation from her boyfriend that she's like mean when she's drunk. And then she doesn't have any alcohol related crimes. She's a cop. And they said she was on leave, but she was about to go back. So she can't have any alcohol related felonies. Why the fuck is she on an alcohol restriction? It's based on the restraining order and not her release conditions? That's fucking crazy. Crazy sauce if it's based on the RO.
Somebody's compliant or not with conditions of release. What you're saying is those situations you described is what you deem as appropriate to bring before the court.
It would, so I guess it would never be brought to court by way of a pretrial violation for an incomplete test with the information that I've talked about. So no, an incomplete test does not initiate a pretrial violation or from our end.
Right.
Because there are many reasons for a test to be incomplete. And there are circumstances where someone misses a test and then takes an on-demand test.
This is crazy because this is her PO testifying on her behalf. He's saying, no, we're okay with this. Like, we deal with stuff like this from time to time. This happens. When I was signing up for my probation, I asked him what kind of testing they do. And the guy says, we do UAs. We do UAs. They're the best for this stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's what I've read too. I said, I read about blood tests, but it consistently, the UAs have been the most reliable tests that I've seen. And I was just talking back and forth. And they have some other alternatives. They have hair follicle testing. Hair follicle testing isn't really good at showing use. It can show exposure and stuff like that. And since the restriction is technically no possession and no use, and I guess no ownership, but that goes with possession mostly, but no possession and no use, then, a hair follicle test isn't really good at either of those because you can be exposed to various substances actually on the surface of your head, for example, or on your fingers, and then you touch your head or scratch your head. All of those things are possible, but that doesn't show possession or use. It's not really useful, so they don't use hair follicle tests. The blood tests are expensive and tedious. There's a mouth swab one. There's also a skin patch. And the patch goes on your arm, lasts for X amount of time. And the problem is those patches tend to return false positives. There's only one patch manufacturer. They own the patent. There's no competition. Most places don't like the patch because the patch is inaccurate. I talked to my PO when signing up, and he said, yeah, we don't do the patches ever. And I said, oh yeah, why is that? He's like, because they always return a false positive. And I said, that's crazy. He says, yeah. And he goes, look, every time we use a patch, one of my guys comes in, patch says dirty. They swear to me that, he's like, they swear to me that they're not using. They swear to me they didn't use, they didn't violate, but the patch still says something. Patch still indicates that they did at some point. And so we have a problem. I said, well, what do you do when that happens? And he said, you know what? Most of the time, actually, believe it or not, I believe my clients, which is what they call probationees, I guess. But he's like, I believe my clients. I develop a relationship with them. I understand them. And, I do interviews with them and have other means. And I talk to people around them to find out, if it seems like they're using, if they're exhibiting other behaviors. This is just one thing. He says, but those patches are trash. A test is just evidence. A test isn't conclusive of anything at all. It's evidence, and how they choose to use it is up to them. This guy he's going to bat for this lady. He's going to bat for her. It's obvious she's in pain. The marker, like the attorney said, I thought it'd be obvious on its face, which is true. Which is absolutely true. And the fact that the judge is not playing stupid, being stupid. The judge is being stupid and is sticking with this overly burdensome restriction. And I still can't tell why. Restricting alcohol from this person seems excessive. Again, this is an ex parte order. Now, if they'd gone and litigated out the order between the two of them, said, this is what she did, here you go, you got testimony, you have a chance to argue against it, then maybe, but just on an ex parte, that's fucking insane.
That's not intentional non-compliance. The goal is to test, to ensure that the person's sober, and that's not, we don't deem that non-compliance. We would never, we never have, and we never would, in this case, initiate a pretrial violation proceeding based on an incomplete test.
Why not just do a different test? Well, okay. So the scram test was 4 times a day for alcohol. to do any other test, she has to go to a facility, which is burdensome. She has to go to a facility. She has to get tested. They won't do 4 a day. 4 days. That's crazy. And then it costs a lot of money to the state because it's a, well, no, I guess it costs a lot of money to her because it's a criminal case. She would likely have to pay for all of those tests, which is, I mean, imagine if you had 4 urinalysis a day at, mine costs $32. I mean, that's $150 a day. For a while, because there were accusations about us from the county, Lady Raggets and I, we paid to be tested every day. We paid to be tested every day above what the requirements were. They would have our, we'd call in or whatever, or check the website. And if we had to test, we'd go in and test. If we didn't have to test, we would go in and we would pay. And we would have, we would get an instant read test done. Because here's the other thing. They don't give you the results. They don't give you the results of your tests. Like I've taken dozens of tests and I don't have the results of any of them. I mean, I know that they're all clean because like I'm clean and I would be in prison, but I have to pay for them. I don't get the results, which I think is fucking insane. But so we would pay, and those tests cost more, the instant read tests, but we would pay. And, you know, we had to pay for, it's like 3 or 4 days out of the week. And it was $75 for each of those tests. So it was $150 for each of us just to prove to the county that we weren't doing something that they knew we weren't doing. They had all the evidence in the world, but they kept suggesting that maybe we were slipping it in somewhere or whatever. It's like, you guys are fucking crazy. So we built up our own record. We went in and got the tested on ourselves, and they didn't want us to have our own results then on those either. They tried to take those away, but I'm a pain in the ass. So they didn't get to do that. So we have all those results, but for my current setup, I don't. I don't know if I can even get them unless they were trying to use them against me. I would get them in a discovery file. But until then, I don't know. I'm going to make a request of them.
That was subsequently passed. And so, the schedule for her.
Let me say one more thing. Okay, Ms. Devine says the results on the send out labs take 48 to 72 hours to process. Plus they have shipping time out and they have a return time. It's not always the same day that they get processed out. Here's how dumb this is. This is all testing. The safety of the community is paramount to make sure these people are not using because they make the community unsafe. Motherfuckers, it's at best 7 days. At best, 5 business days, typically 7 days of time between when you would fail a test and when those results would come back. So allegedly, if you're a danger to the community from using any of these substances, it doesn't matter because they won't care for a week. For a week, you can be a complete disaster before they'll catch up to you. It's just another one of those things that they do that's fucking stupid. The system is not smart. It's not
tested is something that we discussed. Wasn't ordered by the court. The court ordered someone to be alcohol free.
What do you mean we discussed? So she knows when she's going to be tested?
With Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Why draw
I
attention to
discussed
yourself?
with
This is about getting my kids.
the
Nowadays, they
defense
just do whatever they ask.
counsel about creating a testing schedule because it's more practical to have a schedule in place. There was no schedule that was ordered by the court. There's no frequency of testing that was ordered by the court.
It was
4 times a day, 3 times a day. None of that was ordered. She was ordered.
It was random screens, excuse me, Ms. Officer January. It was random screens. Now you're telling me she's on a schedule to get tested? Is that what you're telling me?
We created a schedule, as
With
we always do.
Okay.
As we always do. Not in this particular case. We always do.
It was random screens that were ordered.
Judge, I don't have that. I don't have random screens anywhere in my materials, for the record.
Okay.
I don't know nothing.
But even if it is random screens, it's not so random. There's an order. It's just that the person who's under the, they're not privy to it. They don't know when that next test is going to be. But that next test, you can't tell me that they generate it daily. I'm pretty sure it's generated out. But that's me.
Nothing about random screens.
Okay.
Judge, just so I could clarify
The
that.
judge doesn't even know.
When we get an order, someone's placed on pretrial conditions that include remain alcohol-free with scram testing. We
Why do you have
always
the chat on the screen? We can see the
default to creating a
This
testing
chat,
schedule.
It actually contains both YouTube and Rumble.
Up to 4 times a day. So we'll schedule one for the morning, we'll schedule one for the mid-afternoon, we'll schedule one for the evening, and if we have to, we'll schedule one for later at night. And that's to ensure that sobriety throughout the day. In this particular case, we created a schedule for her to be tested at
That is a
9:30,
crazy
3 o'clock,
amount.
and then at 8 o'clock. The only way we would not,
4 tests a day is insane. I don't care if you've got the equipment there in your house. Being tested 4 times a day. Like, what if you're busy or like you fall asleep because you're tired or anything happens? Holy shit.
enter a schedule is if the court specifically said, I want the test to be done randomly. I don't want her to know when the tests are coming. And the test to be done randomly. And at that point in time, we would take her off a schedule, and then we would notify Elmo to be tested 4 times a day at random.
Okay.
So that's done on this case, and it's done on every case.
Okay. Attorney Bradle, do you have anything else to submit?
Judge, I would just offer, I respect and I heard Your Honor's take on the probation email, but for the record, I would move that into evidence as well. And I just want to also.
Commonwealth, do you have a position as to the admission of the email?
Well, I think we just heard with the email.
All right, so the email is excluded. Anything else, Attorney Bradle?
No, my objection, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Judge, I just want to state that on the pretrial.
Unreal. She excludes the testimony from the probation officer. From the PO.
Conditions of release, it says
Excludes the email,
comply with remote alcohol breath testing.
Okay. I don't know if that's what was ordered. I'm going to go back and listen to FTR.
I can tell the court from where I sit, I didn't remember any use.
I mean, you may very well be right, but I'm going to go listen.
Judge, I just want to clarify something. My email, and I know but it's important that the court knows, I didn't make a recommendation that a scram condition be vacated. I never did that. I never suggested, it's all that email was.
Attorney, Officer January, nobody's asking you questions. Your testimony is complete. Are you asking to make a statement to the court? So sponte?
If the court's under the belief that I recommended that condition be vacated or removed, then yeah.
I haven't said anything one way or the other, sir. We're here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's for the motion to vacate the scram device. So, do you have anything else to submit, Attorney Bradle?
No, Your Honor. Okay,
Commonwealth, do you have anything?
No, I have no evidence to submit other than the arguments that I talked about, how important that the Commonwealth's belief is
is what?
In light of the court releasing the defendant, that testing be done.
Okay. Attorney Bradel, here, first of all, I do have a question. So
all the state cares about is that testing occurs.
Ms. Fitzsimmons is able to do the scram, is that correct? Or is she not able to do it? I don't know. Is she not able to do it?
That depends on whether the court is willing to tolerate that the material represented in the
The court
affidavit.
is not tolerating anything. Okay, let's be clear. I'm not tolerating anything. The court is not tolerating anything. Ms. Fitzsimmons is a defendant. In lieu of incarceration, my order was that she submit to scram. If she cannot do that, I need to know that. Can she do that or not?
She can do it.
Okay.
Under the terms that are laid out in the affidavit.
So you're saying she can do it on her own terms?
With significant pain and dizziness and having to recover for several hours.
Those are her terms, I understand what you're saying. It's certainly not the court's intention. It's not the court's position to have Ms. Fitzsimmons in any pain at all. So I appreciate your argument. Do you have anything else to add?
I would suggest, Judge, that I think there's other ways to do this. If the court wishes to have her tested for lack of alcohol, that's completely fine with the defense, but just the means that's being employed is kind of a torture device for her.
Okay.
And so we object on due process grounds to that.
Wickedly evil.
It is not this court's intention
I understand.
to torture Ms. Fitzsimmons at all. The court's goal is to make sure the community is safe and Officer Nunan is safe. So I hear you loud and clear that the defense views Ms. Fitzsimmons having to do the scram as cruel and unusual and torture. Is that your position?
Well, that's an Eighth Amendment position. I suppose that can be put in there as well. But Judge, I think
not in his
that,
brief.
you know, that there's probably other alternatives that she could do that I believe are out there. But I know that might step on the court's other order for house arrest, that she would have to go to a facility. I know there's like urine tests and other things like that. So I know there's other possibilities out there that, again, she's not trying to use this to create a situation where she can go drink alcohol.
Okay.
That's not at all what this is about. So I just want to ask the court to consider any other alternatives that might not pose
This
this
bitch's
type of
drinking
an
problem
issue.
has to be
Okay.
legendary.
Attorney Gubitosi or Attorney Moriarty, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, I'm going to leave the bench for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Court, all rise. Goes back to testimony.
Your Honor, we're back on the record with the Fitzsimmons matter.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I have reviewed everything again that's been submitted to me. And I will state for the record that Fitzsimmons has moved twice in a 3-day period to amend her conditions of release. On neither occasion has she submitted any medical evidence to support her claims. The imposition of conditions is the court's order after careful consideration of the evidence to fashion the least restrictive conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant and the safety of all other persons in the community pursuant to General Laws Chapter 276, Section 58A2B. Just days ago, the court concluded that the condition of remaining alcohol-free and submitting to scram monitoring was necessary to ensure the safety of the community. After a thorough
How did
review
they
of
get to
all
the
the
fucking
arguments and
monitoring
submissions by the Commonwealth and
as
Fitzsimmons,
necessary?
that conclusion remains unchanged, regardless of Fitzsimmons' claimed physical limitations. Based on an affidavit submitted by Fitzsimmons' mother, the testimony of Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January about his observations of Fitzsimmons' apparent pain during the scram installation, and the representations of Fitzsimmons' counsel that it would be cruel and unusual punishment and torture to continue to require Fitzsimmons to comply with the condition of being monitored by scram. The court concludes that Fitzsimmons cannot abide by the condition of being monitored by scram. Without this condition, which ensures that she does not consume any alcohol, the court cannot assure the safety of Officer Nunan and all other persons in the community. Accordingly, the court's prior order of release is vacated, and Fitzsimmons is ordered to be held without bail pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58A. And a
Your Honor,
written
may I-
order will
May I
follow.
address the question?
That's the court's order. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, you bitch.
Stay your order pending the SJC. And there are
What
other
a fucking
alternatives,
bitch.
Your Honor,
That's
can
evil.
accomplish.
That is evil at that point. The argument that she's a danger to the community is tenuous at best, but she is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. This is crazy. This is the upside down nature of our system. The upside down nature of our system. She is allegedly a violent felon, but her profile, which does include the charge of a violent felony, doesn't match up with a repeatedly violent person who's at risk of putting the community in any sort of danger. Her guns are gone. She's under a restraining order. She's probably under psychiatric care. She in no way is the same person that pulled, or that allegedly held a gun at an officer and pulled the trigger that day. She's not. She's in a different place. There needs to be a different evaluation done. Tap that on. The scram thing is about alcohol, which makes no sense as to why alcohol is a required portion of her release. I guess they did a diagnostic assessment, maybe, and in that diagnostic assessment, they determined that alcohol was a problem. Maybe that's the case, and that she needs to abstain from alcohol as a recommendation of her either recovery. I don't know. She's not like a drug addict, right? I don't even know why she had a chemical assessment. I guess because of suicidal ideation. Alleged. That's fucking insane. Bento Gel says, enjoying some Blanton's as I hear about this BS. Enjoy it. Blanton's is a great, great whiskey. Fantastic. Do you just have the regular kind of standard Blanton's, which is phenomenal? I'm not down speaking it. Or do you have any of the special editions or distiller editions or anything like that? That is a wild, wild piece of audio. Hey guys, my hands are full of jelly. I gotta go hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Gotta wash my hands, and then we'll be back on. See you in just a second. I'm gonna play the Peeing Lawyer song. Don't leave. Don't leave. I'll be right back.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your being is through. When you have some letter and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have slumber and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your draw.
Amazing. Lose like 50 people. No big deal. Every time. Every time. Okay. So we're still here. I guess I don't have to have this look up right now. Where are we? We're still here in the waiting, just waiting for our time. This is ours. Waiting for the trial to come back. It should be back soon. It should be back relatively quickly. So what do you guys think so far? The poll was surprising. The poll had 28% at guilty. Guilty, and then it was 14%, and then guilty but still hot was the other 14%. But 28% at guilty was higher than I expected. I need to change the tunes. Oh, you mean like the peeing song? Yeah, it's too close to the other one. Can I please do a recap? Yes. So, this woman is a police officer, was a police officer, whatever. She was dating a guy who's a firefighter. They have a baby. The relationship is a little bit serious. There's a dispute between these two, and the boyfriend decides to take the baby utilizing what we in the business call a restraining order. He gets a restraining order against Miss Fitzsimmons, and in that restraining order, the baby is also taken away. Now, this is what's called an ex parte order, which means that the judge grants the order that's requested based on what's in the request without a hearing and without the opportunity to respond. So, police officers go to serve this order. This is how protective orders work. A police officer shows up at your door, or sometimes they summon you in, and they hand you a protective order and say, here you go, and then you are served legally at that point. At that point, the protective order goes into full effect. All of its terms go into effect, and at that point, you then have to challenge that order and have it vacated if you want to get away from it. They go to serve the order upon her. Upon their arrival, they tell her what's going on. She knows about this process. She's a police officer. She's probably served a bunch of these herself. She takes him around the house to where all the guns are, because you can't have guns if you have one of these orders. And then they go somewhere to her bedroom, I guess, where she still had one gun that she had not told them about. And this is where the story splits. In her version of the story, her defense attorney's version of the story, she pulls the gun up by her stomach and then pulls the gun up to her head, because she's going to kill herself in the story. Now, in the police officer's version of the story, she points the gun at the police officer and pulls the trigger 2 times. Tommy 2 times. There's no round in the chamber, though there is a full magazine of bullets. There's no chambered round. So click, click, nothing. And the officer at that point gets spooked by the air conditioning unit, which turns on loudly. You can imagine, right? Which is a window air conditioning unit. He shoots the air conditioning unit, and then he shoots the woman, Kelsey, in the chest, which I think should be an extra crime. If you shoot a woman in the chest, you're killing not only her, but you're killing some man's dreams. So he shoots her in the chest, and they begin resuscitative efforts. An EMT arrives, and they take her away. She is charged with assault with a deadly weapon for the alleged pointing of the gun and the pulling of the click-click trigger. If she pointed a gun at police officers, I don't think that she has to pull the trigger for there to be assault with a deadly weapon. I haven't looked up the law in Massachusetts, but in most states, at least under the common law, the mere act of brandishing a firearm and pointing it at someone, that alone is assaultive behavior. It's a deadly weapon because it is a gun that is capable of dealing imminent death, and that adds extra apprehension to the assault itself. So, if she did point the gun at the police officer, and if she pulled the trigger or not, I don't think matters, then she committed assault with a deadly weapon. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. Their defense is that she didn't. Now, the problem with all of this is that there's no body camera. There's no surveillance footage. We're on a he said, she said. And there's some elements that kind of seem like a cover-up. It kind of seems like the cop who shot her, maybe he shot her by accident, maybe he got spooked, maybe he had some more nefarious purposes. It's hard to say. Maybe he has connections to the boyfriend and all that drama. But it seems like, he shot her mistakenly, we'll say, and then was trying to start rectifying that. And that maybe he lied to his co-officers, or maybe they conspired and lied together because he had just shot someone after being spooked by an air conditioning unit. I hope they have a stupid name for him. Make fun of him in the locker room or whatever. But he just shot a woman, and now having a reason to shoot her justifies his shot. Having the reason of she pointed her gun at me justifies his shot into her. But it could be circling the wagons. Sledge Entertainment says the lady has a micropeen. Probably. Depending on your perspective. I would think that might be true. Okay, so I hope that helps. By the way, if you have not checked it out, Ricada or supertip.gg/RL will take you to the super tip page. It's like a super chat, but it's a little bit better for a couple reasons. One, creator gets paid right away. Two, they only take 10%, whereas YouTube takes 30%. Rumble takes 20%, I believe, except for Rumble Wallet, which allegedly takes 0%. But they only take 10%. You get paid right away. And also, we get to use these AI voices. If you so choose, you can use these AI voices, or you can send in a picture, or you can just send in your beautiful words, and I will read them. Those are available. We have them freshly in stock. We have them at normal price, although they are negotiable. So you can get them at a discount if you would like. Let's see. The other thing we have going on, of course, we are always trying to get more people as members on the channel. Do members only shows at least every weekend. There's a ton of members only content. There's a backlog of it that you can check on both YouTube and locals. So any memberships that you take on, or dare I say, any members that you force others to take on, are certainly appreciated. Okay, Emmanuel, you are supposed to remember something. You're supposed to remember something and remind me of it, and then I was going to talk about it. So it's on you if we sit here in silence awkwardly. This is your fault. Oh, Kurt's tweets. Let's check those out. This guy's a madman. Okay, so this is uncivil law. Hello, everyone. I'm uncivil law. I think. Let's see what his Twitter is up to today. I hear there's some stuff. Did anybody else have to do a unit on square dancing for PE in the middle school, or was that just some small town yeehaw shit? I did. There was a suburb of Minneapolis. We had to do that. When I went to school down in Houston, we didn't do square dancing. We didn't do square dancing at all at that school. In fact, we didn't do any formal games of any kind or anything in which the African American children would, potentially harm anybody else. They were a lovable bunch of miscreants from the projects there. Felt bad for those kids. And racism taught me not to. So he says they learned to shag in middle school. That's a witty dad joke from Kurt. So he reposted this. He really likes this post. I don't know what's going on with that one. So Libertarian Party of Oregon says our delegates have spoken. Lemon Pound Cake is the official dessert of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, which that's cringe. Don't cut him a slice. Lamau, that's the same as don't tread on me. Kurt says, though, to be honest, if it will keep the cops at bay, maybe a slice of lemon pound cake a day isn't so bad. I can work with this. Wait, what? Why is he tweeting this stuff? So here we go. Christopher Webb. First of all, maybe TSA agents are quitting because they don't want to sleep in their cars at the airport since they can't afford gas. Poor TSA agents. That's what you get for making it take so long to go through a fucking metal detector. Second, ICE agents are barely trained to be ICE agents. Now they're being put in airports to do TSA's job with zero training. What could go wrong? Pay TSA agents, not ICE. I don't pay them in ICE or whatever that is. Hold on. I do have the court feed up. The court feed is back with a picture now, at least. I do have that. Kurt says, I've never been trained to be a TSA agent either. However, having been through an airport a couple of times and having observation skills, I think I could step in at any time and do the required tasks. Thank God. Thank God Kurt is here. He's here to save us from everything that could go wrong at the airport. Very, very helpful. He's doing that. Libertad Cherguia says this is supposed to be one of the hardest problems ever to solve, or is it, or is it, or isn't it? This is an MIT University interview. 90% were eliminated. A couple who has 5 sons went for a picnic. Okay, couple has 5 sons. Each son has 7 sisters. Okay, that's 7. Each sister has 3 babies. Okay, in total, how many people went to the picnic? Just the couple. 2. 2 people went. So we can go back and forth through a whole bunch of things. MP says this isn't the answer. 2, the couple went on a picnic. It doesn't say anything about the others going on the picnic with them. Uncivil law says it doesn't say they didn't either, so there is incomplete information. If you don't have an affirmative statement about what happened, then it didn't happen. So Kurt is incorrectly arguing about the status of this obvious question, which is definitely not an MIT University interview question. Tammy Fayette, hello. Hello, everyone. I'm home from work finally. Nick, can you start the show over again? Just kidding. I like your suit. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I can start the show over again, but I'm not going to. Cooking with Kurt, bourbon, lemon zest, pound cake. We watched this last night as a members only show. It was brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. It's everything you could have wanted. The sum of angles in a triangle is 180 degrees. True or false? It's true. But only if it's a succeed angle.
All counsel and the defendant are present.
Oh, Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry?
Next witness.
Holy shit.
Make sure that the media folks and our audience members are, we're all.
Guys, Kurt got him with the non-Euclidean curveball.
My order that I issued this morning specifically says that when I leave the bench, cameras go off, recordings go off, audio goes off, okay? So please just make sure that
I think that did happen.
You're only to film while we're in session and only to record audio or broadcast audio while we're in session. All right, Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. Before our next witness, the Commonwealth offers a copy of the restraining order that the North Andover Police served on the defendant.
Any objection?
Okay.
maybe
Emmanuel, thank you for reminding me. Yes. Yeah, she's not guilty in my mind because her hair is down, she's dressed well,
And Courtney, Elaine, please.
and generally she's attractive. She's also presumed innocent, but I believe that she is innocent. And part of that is the psychology of just looking at her for the first time. The first time I saw her, I was like, oh, okay. Like I'm on her side.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear.
Who's this?
The testimony you're about to
She
give
looks
in this
angry.
now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Yes, sir. Thank you.
You may have a seat, thank you.
This girl has a knife in her garter.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Alayan, Courtney
And do you pronounce your last name Alayan?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
Did.
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes.
Have you ever left there?
All of my childhood schooling in Stowe. Well, I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Alayan is 34. Justin Alayan is 32. Ashley Alayan is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
The next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he
Sitting there
was
sucking his dick.
engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant.
It may.
Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to
Reminds
direct your
me of,
attention to the weekend
Corey
of June
Richards.
28th and June 29th,
Eric's sister.
2025.
Objection.
Brown?
Relevance, 403.
Okay, so let's take it a question at a time, okay? All right, next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who
No way,
is
Gen X
we?
medic.
Myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So
I don't know,
Kelsey,
Justin.
Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle.
Try it at
Deandra,
500
Cassie,
just to make sure it works.
Maddie, Kelsey's sister. I think if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of what's known as a Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end early?
Yes,
The
it
hell's
did.
a Jack and
did
Jill
you go
bachelor
home?
party?
Yes, I fled the house.
I fled the
These
house.
Judges, you know, they're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer and my client.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar. Only
The
so
sister
that we don't
came
have to have the,
with a
witness
mission
I'll
to
see
get
you.
this in. Lawyer probably said it. It's going to be hard to get this in. She's like, I can do it. I'll just run over everybody. I have to watch out drinking this drink. My oldest son brought it to me, and the internet told me that he hates me. So it probably has death in it. She seems like she would be the stripper at her brother's bachelor party. Yeah! Get it, girl. Hope he has some ones. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, because, I mean, she can't be sleeping with them because so that wouldn't be incestuous because that would be, that'd be illegal for her to engage in prostitutive activities like that. Gen X Medic says Kurt is going to try and shag this cop. I mean, she is lonely, needs a kid. Holla! There's a lonely lawyer in Texas. Damn. Raggeds picks the most gay flavor of Dr. Pepper. Well, yeah, the kind with the cream in it. Refresh locals. Why? Jack and Jill means they have a joint party like dorks. Oh. Because Jack and Jill were brother and sister, weren't they? Or I guess it doesn't say that, does it? Oh, how prejudicial. I just automatically assumed Jack and Jill were brother and sister, but they could be sleeping with each other. That's Hansel and Gretel. I mean, but Jack and Jill seem like they could be brother and sister too. Jack and Jill went up a hill, fetched a pail of water, and like Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after, something like that. Jack and Jill. There's a lot of Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Gil came tumbling after. In the original, it was Gil with a G. Later, the spelling was changed to Jill, and more verses were added to carry the story further, of which the commonest are, up Jack got, you bet he did, and home did trot, as fast as he could caper, went to bed to mend his head with vinegar and brown paper. I should tell him vinegar and brown paper, not ultimately effective for the treatment of head wounds, but someone with a head wound may not know that. Jill came in and she did grin to see his paper plaster. Whoa! Mother Vex did whip her next for causing Jack's disaster. They are brother and sister. Gross. Disgusting. Incest on the hill. Incest down in the valley. Incest back at home. Where do they not incest? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And we're out here having these Jack and Jill bachelor and bachelorette parties. I go, hey, sister. Jack and Jill went up a hill to fetch a couple 40s.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes, if that is the... Sorry, I'm trying to think of the days. Yes. I stayed at a hotel the night before.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
Oh, shit. Handy News rated the stream.
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
Sorry, I missed that earlier.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter
Welcome.
is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover.
The White
where
House.
He lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes. It was Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay. Without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to,
Okay.
I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse.
Why?
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
To file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order and custody.
And get custody of whom?
Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation, said he believed his son was...
Sustained. Next question.
Did you help Justin fill out a form?
Per the clerk's advice, yes. Justin was shaking.
And where did you go from there?
From there, we drove to the North Andover Police Department.
And what did
Why
you do
did they
at the
go do
police
this?
department?
We both walked in, and I spoke with a couple of her lieutenants, Daley. I'm not sure who it exactly was I was speaking to, and I told them that I thought she would...
And without telling me what you said, did you give the police something? Did you give the police a copy of the restraining order?
It was faxed to them, yes.
And did the police...
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
And did you stay at the police station for a period of time?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We were at the police station praying, and we got a call from one of the lieutenants saying that Caden was safe and to come to the house and get him.
And what house were you going to?
125 Phillips Brooks Road.
Had you been to that house before?
I have.
Okay. How did you get there?
We had driven separately, so we both drove our cars to the house.
So you drove your car and Justin drove his car?
Correct.
And did you, approximately how long were you waiting at the police station before you got that call?
It was much quicker than we thought, probably 20 minutes maybe. I could be a little off, but 20 minutes.
And about how long did it take you to get from the police station to 125 Phillips Brooks Road?
Not long, but less than 10 minutes.
This is like the girl they designed Deb after in Dexter. Like, she's not supposed to be pretty. Look at that. That downsy stare and plastered down, parted hair down the middle. Ew. Who's doing this? Stop doing this.
And what happened once you got there?
We got there. We were welcomed in the door by an officer. He said Kelsey's upstairs getting some clothes for Caden.
Okay, without telling me what the officer said.
All right, hold on, there's an objection. Overruled.
Overruled.
You said you were let inside by a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Caden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine. Justin's...
Sustained.
Stop saying she said.
And you don't, no one expects you to know these legal rules, but unless you're specifically asked, you can't repeat what people told you, okay? All right, thanks very much.
Of course, Your Honor.
Yeah, if you're an ass man, you have to look at that hairdo and be like, damn. I got to get my hands on it. Let me lick her part.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside?
Yes.
And then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Caden.
And who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay, and you and her had a conversation?
Justin and her did.
Okay, and then what happened, and she was holding the baby?
Yep.
And then what happened next?
She handed Caden to Justin. Justin then handed Caden to me. And I said, why don't I take a step outside? I wanted to avoid a confrontation, so he took the carrier, the baby car seat. We walked outside.
And so you took Caden in your arms?
In my arms.
And you walked outside?
Yes.
And did Justin walk out with you?
Yes.
And did Justin take anything with him?
He took the carrier, the car seat.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a phone call?
I did.
Who did you call?
I called my mother.
Okay, and this was while you were outside?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know that they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like.
Oh, do you?
There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Boom. I've been shooting before. Oh, so you know what a gun sounds like inside a house.
And where were you standing
upstairs
when you heard
and
the
in a
gunshots?
different room? Okay.
I was near the side where the school parking lot is. I was next to our cars in the yard.
And
on the property.
Approximately how many you said gunshots, plural, how many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
All of them.
And then after you
I heard them.
you looked back at the house and you saw the smoke?
I was right in front of the house, yes.
And what did you do next?
I knew I needed to run. I started to back up, and I was scanning the house, just praying to see Justin come out. Sorry, I'm trying to say what I'm not supposed to, I guess, say here, but I feared he was not coming out of that house.
So where did you go?
I backed up.
Sustained, I'll strike it.
I object to the further line of questioning, and the witness can't follow the rules. I ask you to strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overall, all right.
Damn.
Okay.
I know
That'd have been dramatic as fuck.
Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay. Apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran. I put my arms around Caden, and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone, so I cut behind a house and hid behind trees.
Oh, so you're a pussy like your brother.
Waited.
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Gunshot went off, and her cool, tough brother was like, ah! He ran like into that little tiny room in the basement, comes flying out from a low window.
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you ring the bell? Did Justin ring the bell? Did you knock on the door? Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't
What was the
recall
first
if
date
he
you
called
had
him or if
given
he
your
saw us
brother a
pull in,
hand
but
job?
we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
Which officer opened the door for you?
Ask
I
it.
don't remember. I think it was Daley, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
All right, is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure.
And I ran so far away. Heather Whitaker says Andrew Dice Clay had a good take on Jack and Jill. I believe you. That guy was kind of funny.
Don't worry about it.
Is he alive still?
You need our IT person?
No, I hope not.
Oh my gosh. He was the guy who would always come out in a leather jacket and be like, can you believe we still got these fucking Mongolians? Like, wait. That's not comedy, it's just racist. But that is funny, though. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. I needed it.
Counsel, can I just make an observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes,
Hold on, please let me finish. Is different than what was on exhibit
Hold on.
74. I just want to make sure.
I'm about to finish.
However you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So, Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna, I'm sorry? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, so, I'm sorry, I guess it is on there. I thought it was.
His hair is kind of immaculate.
Okay.
So
All right.
just
It's
so
like
we're all
Trump's,
on the
but
same page,
tame.
to the extent that you either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just
We'll
mark
make
it
sure
and get
that
it
it gets
into
in,
evidence.
and you have a thumb drive of it. Thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillipsburg.
We are in the porch area.
It is.
Okay. Can you play?
I don't like porches. They have pour in them. That's even a Deb
where's the
outfit
officer
from
that let you?
Dexter.
He was right behind that door. I do not
The
recall
tennis
the
skirt and
exact
the
scenario. He was
sports bra
right at that
combo?
door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your brother.
So when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
I don't care.
You walked right in, didn't you?
Did you walk right in?
I don't know. There was an officer
Well,
right
you saw it.
behind
What
it.
did you see on the video?
I walked in. I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too. Because I know he was at the door.
Nothing
I'll
further.
offer that it's not in, but I believe
I
it's in
thought,
the
did he say nothing further?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive, but if you find out it's not, I would offer it to him.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down. And come up and call your next witness.
They weren't going to get anything out of that. Her pants are atrocious. They weren't going to get anything out of that. That was like trying to squeeze blood out of an Ethiopian. Ash Elizabeth gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Hey, look, a bunch of people with no posture. That's nice. I like how they're all scrunched together, too.
Okay.
Who's that dude on the end? Are they bloodless? When was the last time you squeezed one?
Good to see you back covering trials. Bench trials like this are far and few between.
They are. They are. Everybody wants a jury.
Here's the help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can have
Forgot
a
we were a
seat.
bit behind.
Pull yourself right up to that mic.
I may.
Yes.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alayan, Justin.
Oh, this is a boyfriend.
Aylian.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32.
And what town do you live in?
Still, Massachusetts.
Why does it seem like when they spell Alayan,
Did
there's
you grow up there?
I did, yes.
41 letters in it?
And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school,
Hey, when you
I
ran away in that
moved to
video, would
the
you agree you're a
University of
little
New
bitch?
Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by
Utah.
a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We would give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills. And we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, I shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay. How long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course.
Oh, you didn't make it.
Prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
Does he have a speech
so
impediment?
then did you come back up here?
Or is he just from
I did,
Massachusetts?
yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes.
His
I got
tie
on the
has
North Andover Fire
no
Department,
pop to it.
In August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT, or how does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. And she was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
She let me put my PP in.
At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well.
We both rubbed each other's vaginas.
It was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover.
This guy talks like the worst customer at a video store.
2024, and at that point we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay, and when was a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second.
Did you decide to do something?
Okay?
No.
Okay. At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It started
Sign
over,
language.
It was both texts and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
Thank you, Bob Beckner.
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns, or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain. I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
And I object to any further questioning on this relative on 403 grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted a police.
This guy talks like a retard.
It's just the two.
Okay. I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
Okay. And where were they kept?
Thank you, man, all day.
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly.
I read a book about my testimony.
Walk into the bedroom. It was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay. So if you walk into your home through the door,
yes,
the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay, and it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her.
2,000.
I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Infinity.
And what kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left
This
side
guy's
of
like
the
the
landing, and I
autistic
retrieved my
guy who's
firearms from
also an
there
Eagle Scout.
first.
Okay. And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that.
I hate his
You walk up
affectation.
the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Be right back,
Correct.
Dale.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you are described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may have a second.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
You see that screen?
I do,
You
yes.
recognize what that is?
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker, would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the two rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
Hold on. The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it, and behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
Okay. And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left, and the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked
Why
this
does he
already.
suddenly
Did you
break
see
up
any
with
of the
her?
defendant's guns in that
And
in
go
that
for the
rifle
baby.
safe?
Yes.
How many do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two.
Have they introduced the
but I
restraining
don't
order?
remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing, going up to the second floor on the right side. That's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs
taker,
are
that's
pretty
called
much
a
behind
camera.
them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
This
And
guy
that's
showed
the
true
same room we were
ranger
just talking
instincts
about?
when he ran
Yes.
away.
The green safe is the box on the left corner of the picture?
Yes,
Is
and
that-
on the ground, that the large chest, the box. Yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember?
He's cheating on her with a bridesmaid?
That box was not there, sir.
That never works.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.? My initial response back to that was, for what? She then, again, tried to get me to reason with me, to meet me at the Common again. And at that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points. And I told her that was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay. And I feared that his life was in danger.
Why does he talk like that?
Yes,
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that...
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled, just as this...
They're trying to steamroll through this
so
question.
where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney.
And
I told her
scripted
that I was
testimony.
going to North Andover. I had feared for my son and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all at Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure
all of us were at
Caden's safety, which is our son.
We were all
also
at
Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that the questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of...
He needs to still answer a question.
So I would ask the court to...
He's just sitting there narrating.
To make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objectionable.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that
You guys
she
are
knew you were
enjoying the show?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Please click
Okay.
like.
What did she say?
Consider sharing.
I don't remember the exact verbiage.
We've got 9/11,
but it
hashtag
was,
never forget on
what are you
YouTube.
doing? Something along the lines of,
Pretty
what are you
fucking
doing
cool.
at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation
Maybe we'll
that
break
you had
1,000
with your friends
today.
and with your
We'll see.
sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
Just slap
To
that
go to
like
Lawrence
button.
to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact. It was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now,
How often do you go with your sister Courtney?
did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
To the proctologist.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes, my sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order, and they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daley. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
So, did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took 2 separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house.
This guy's leading
Officer
like
Daley was
crazy.
downstairs. 2 officers were upstairs, and Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from her mother, and then we initially started to put him in a car seat, and then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's
Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back?
Yes.
And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes.
At some point, did you gather your labia up and run away?
Some of his bottles and formula.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I believe I heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I
Several
immediately ran
gunshots. Went it
through the
two?
garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we were putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open, and I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustain just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston.
Didn't you
who was
leave the
grabbing his
baby
medical
and your
bag
sister
out of
behind?
his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay.
At some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. If I could just have 1 second.
Yes.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No.
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
There was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No.
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of
All
talk
right.
about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Which is more than you would spend with your girlfriend.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
That's not an answer.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So,
yes.
with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Drew,
And on the
YouTube
29th,
posted
you went to
automatically
that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir.
Isn't that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe, yes, sir.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any other guns, you took your guns, and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This is your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was removing my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to Stowe with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were...
How do you know you didn't take hers? You didn't see them. Maybe they
You
got
said that you
shuffled
work
in.
at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not? He opened the door.
I'm sorry, objection? Relevancy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll hear you at sidebar.
You're at sidebar. By the way, guys, if you have questions, comments, anything, you can throw them in with super tip like this.
If all these people were fearful of her doing something, why the hell didn't anyone make a police report about her threats?
Because no one was actually afraid that she was going to do anything. That's the simple, easy answer. No one was actually afraid she was going to do anything. This is all post hoc. But as I was saying, we do have super tips available. Same with super chats. You're welcome to send in anything with like a question, a comment, a joke, whatever it is. Make fun of me, make fun of someone on stream. Why am I pouring cream everywhere? All of these are great options for you to abuse super tips, super chats, rumble rants, all those things. And of course, memberships are massively appreciated, bringing more people in more interactive ways to the chat is the most fun thing, in my opinion. And I love to see it. Love to see people get to participate in ways that they haven't before. It's the most fun. Also, if you like trial coverage, maybe toss a couple dollars this way because it helps me sustain these really, really long shows. Because they do get quite lengthy and even girthy. Finally, we're at 630 likes. I think maybe we could get to 1,000, but only if you people like try. Only if you go out and try, and only if you actually like the stream. If you don't like the stream, make sure you leave a comment. Don't put it in chat. My fragile ego can't take it, but you leave a comment and say, "You suck, you piece of shit. So does your dumb stream." And I'll be like, okay, God.
Overruled subject to what I discussed at sidebar.
Sir, you're not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it,
It's not a porn site. That's
is because you
it's
have
me.
been caught on video
Sucking a microphone.
many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
Allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shit!
When did that go into place?
Oh, he just snuck his
I
drug
don't
problem
have
in.
the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know
Oh, you fucking idiot.
duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it? Oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brado.
Sure.
Whatever your sponsorship would jerk me. I should have one.
Nothing further.
Oh, fucking smoked him. Nothing further.
All right, thank you very much.
Why waste the time? Look at that shitty suit he has. Oh, it's beige on white. Cool. You're as interesting as a fucking golf trap, you piece of shit. I don't like that guy. I don't trust him at all. That was huge. It is hard to get someone's drug addiction, especially work allegations. You can't work there because you've got problems with drugs. Fuck you. The reliability of that witness just went through the floor. He's sitting there. Yes, sir. No, sir. Here's my pulled back shoulders, sir. I was going to be an Army Ranger, sir, but I was just like too good at the test, sir. You're a pillhead, aren't you? Fuck! Done. Game over. TB says, what is your favorite brand to vape? Also just got here with the trial's basis. I'm able to sense members again.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'll give a recap when I get a
You may have a
chance.
seat.
TB.
And put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about
My
yourself?
favorite vape.
Excellent.
I don't know. I think this is a Lost Mary.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce
Yeah, I like
yourself?
these Lost
Spell your
Marys
first
just
name
fine.
and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-N-O-O-N-A-N.
And how old are you, sir?
50.
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York.
Sir,
how long
is it-
did you stay there?
Until I was about 4
Is it
years
true
old.
you were born
where
in an
did you move to?
H&M
North Andover.
rack video?
Who did you move
Or
with?
My
catalog?
sister, mom, and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Nunan.
And what was her name? You know?
Patricia.
Sir, are
And
you
your
grooming
sister?
yourself for a
Mary.
Lifetime movie Santa Claus role?
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Where did you go to school?
For high school?
Grade school, high school?
The North Andover Public School systems, and then for high school, I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
Do you like holding
I did.
sticks in your hand?
Once you graduated,
Have it at your mouth.
did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year.
This
And
is a
then,
shooter?
that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What'd you get your degree
Should
in?
aim for the head.
Criminal justice.
From where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
Okay.
That's where you got the glasses.
At some point, how long did you work there?
Couple of years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife,
Who's that?
Angie.
Okay. And
Oh,
was she
he
working there also?
smiled.
She was.
Did you
Did
get
you
married? at
shoot
some
her too?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd.
You just made that up. How would we know?
1999. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy.
Kind of
Joseph.
cool suit jacket.
And,
I think he
what
loses
does
it on the
Joseph do?
tie.
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4
Too
years old?
non-committal in the shirt and tie.
No,
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay. We'll get there.
At some point, you talked about you were in the military. What area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
Okay. And when was that?
That was in '99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's
mostly got made fun of
some
and hit
sleep
with soap.
deprivation. You also have, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your
You
identity
didn't know how to
and
march?
try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things along that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you
Are those bifocals where the
guess,
bottom part
enlist
lets you
or
see a
volunteer
fucking
to
air
any
conditioner?
special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force.
We're the
So,
defenders of the
when
force.
I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learn various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I
Walk the
originally,
beaches.
when I was waiting for my security
Every night.
clearance,
Used to walk the
I was
beaches.
originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons,
Yes.
such as?
The 60, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is Pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it, M16, and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
Okay. What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites.
We only
Nuclear
always
missile
brought
sites?
Yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and
Colorado.
Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
Not much
And
with maps.
Was that
are you?
your range, or?
Yes.
And at some point,
The donut
can you
farted
tell us
on
a little
me.
bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your 4-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team
Yes.
to where?
Fire team.
Would you
What
consider
is a
yourself
fire team?
more or less gay
Fire
than a
team
naval
consists of 4 people.
aviator?
Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee, yep.
Okay. Did you at some point move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
The 37th what?
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role
What do you
different
do
in the
there?
helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
And when you left the service, did you go to work anywhere else?
Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant.
In what capacity?
As an armed guard.
And any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
Agreeers.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department. I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you a full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to. Respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
That's the regional response team.
And what is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to, let's say, big games. If we win championships, just extra security, and also kind of like a search and rescue if people go missing somewhere. they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC at some point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants.
Man, I want to know where she got that jacket.
For drugs and guns, if there is a hostage situation. I mean, the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders.
Who the fuck cares about this guy's
then
military
you had to run a mile and a
past?
half after
How many
that,
squat thrusts did you do during
and
boot
make
camp?
a specific time.
Who cares?
After that, it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
Okay. What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when when we want to
When I shoot on my way to the library.
we'll do sprints, we'll do.
Brown?
Nunan here is an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
He's giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training, so.
Well, I don't object to his training. We're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
Okay, so I'm going to take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled. Thank you.
You continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right on line. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
The right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Right. What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot don't shoot scenario?
As far as
is that a thing? Shoot don't shoot?
Oh yeah, we have shoot don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, and did you participate in those?
We did.
And what are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, no shoot.
Okay.
Mr. Saunders from
How
KFC.
often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yep.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
I wanted a little faster pace.
Okay. Did you get it?
I
No.
definitely did.
Okay. Now, while you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence?
Did he
Were you
fail
always on
that
patrol?
too?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field
Failure
training
City?
officer. And then I
Friends
wound
all
up
sucked
in
at everything they
detectives
try.
for several years. And then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys.
Outlaw Dogs have raided the stream over on
SWAT,
Rumble. Thank you.
And
Welcome.
That's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that, I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in this?
Oh, he
Lawrence
did
SWAT
make
team?
it?
I believe
I wasn't sure.
2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor. You're welcome.
why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so a slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025.
Would you agree that you're
Were you
useless?
patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift, if you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
It's always so cryptic.
And
At some point, did you get a call from somebody?
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Alain?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Okay. Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. Okay. So.
All right. So you got a call from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC, and he explained the situation to me.
Okay. Was he anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. At some point, did someone?
Yes.
I was thinking the same
Lieutenant
thing.
Daley.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daley said that he'd do the talking, and based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there?
Yes.
And that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiancé, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daley the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house, and we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown, so we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daley knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daley interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daley mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an outer carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to...
I wear my equipment.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daley.
Okay. Now, do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daley and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did, on a typical restraining order service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
Okay.
So why did you do that
At some point,
here?
did they come back?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
For the five
myself and Officer Houston.
Okay. Where did you go?
Right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay. And so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put them in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daley.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
Okay. What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay. What did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books. You know, you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So.
What did she do with the books?
She handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carrier down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on the, I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
Okay. And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself.
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, you know, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer.
Out-of-court statements, motion to start.
Overruled.
I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, you know, court date is in 2 weeks.
Mr. Miller?
It'll be over before you know it.
Welcome.
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Technically
Could you see what was
upgrading to
there
super
from where you
lawyer.
Not from my perspective.
Thank you.
no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep, so when she came around the frame here, she came up and clicked.
She came
Where
around
was it
like
pointed?
this, huh?
My face.
After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. She began to...
She had the what?
The drop.
Drop? What do you mean?
Which means she had the tactical advantage over me.
Okay.
I drew my weapon. She was already backpedaling, and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver, or the slide.
Okay, I think the judge was writing. I'd like him to see this, if I could. If you could just, because you made some...
I'm trying to understand the lingo, too. Is it a tap, wrap, like a...
Rack.
Wrap?
Rack, yes.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
Yes.
So a tap, and a rack.
Okay. So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
And a rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off the top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and she began tap racking again. And I was yelling at her, "Don't do it! Don't do it!"
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
Okay. At her?
Yes.
Can you hold on one second, please?
I don't buy this story for a second. She points a gun at him and pulls the trigger, and he hasn't already shot her? He waits for her to double rack it?
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
I kept my gun on her or in the area of where she was because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daley.
Okay. And what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it. I'll cover you."
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay. Did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed, and she was still conscious of where moving. I grabbed the gun. I moved it to the other side of the room.
Okay. What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
Okay. How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding.
Exit wound starting to go.
Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daley started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Court came into the room, and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
Okay. And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
No idea yet on the judge.
It hurts. And I said, just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start work in Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
So before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, I don't know, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes, and we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damaged. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
Okay, hold on. Sustained.
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. Okay. So,
at some point, did you?
Excuse me 1 second. Broken glass. Where was it?
So on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
One of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor. So I chalked it up as old.
Why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second one, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you
my penis. Just say it. Just be brave. You can do it, buddy.
It's marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we enter.
Show me exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door?
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
show you what's been marked as exhibit number 36. Do you recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up, the stairs leading upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that the baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38. You recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, of books that you were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. You recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, into the bedroom?
Yes.
Show you what's marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize?
Very exciting.
What's in that photo?
Riveting. Testimony's really
that would be the
helping.
box that was open to the left of the door frame.
This hoe shot at her twice.
Number 50. Do you recognize
He's
that?
got to be a foot away, and he missed.
Where were you in relation to this picture?
Air Force is
where
going
were
to sue him
you,
for defamation.
when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you were backed up a little?
Yep. Probably right, whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I was inverted.
Used part of the door frame as some sort of cover, and
cover.
I was leaning up against it with both my hands, so my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
Were your wrists at 90-degree angles?
All set, thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask him to get down to point it out to you?
Okay.
If you could approach. Can you tell us where Miss Fitzsimmons was, if you may,
point
to show the judge where Miss Fitzsimmons was when she first tap-racked it, if you can.
Right about here, and then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it, and I shot approximately right here, and she finished.
I have nothing else.
All right, so it makes sense to stop for the day at this point. And we'll pick up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh, shit.
And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow.
We're going to be done. Holy fuck.
Not to watch any of the other folks' testimony, and you will pick up tomorrow morning.
All right. We'll stand in recess.
Well, we're going to be ending a lot sooner than I thought today, which is good because I could actually use a little bit of rest. Dude, I love these bench trials. Bam, 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 bam. Getting done. Getting done. Judge is off. I guess the fucking cameraman wasn't paying attention when the judge says, when I leave the bench, camera gets turned off now. Now. Turn it off before you dox the fucking jurors, you dope. Turn off the camera. Oh my God. Oh yeah, there's not any jurors. Treasure Island. I was on a roll. I was rolling through that. You just fucked it up. I forgot completely. Mr. Miller, we covered that. Thank you for joining. Let's see. David 2913 says this couple violated the do not date 5P rules of public safety. Never date police, paramedics, physicians, pyromaniacs, firefighters, or pucking nurses. Oh my goodness, guys. Carazola YouTube is a new member, which might mean an upgrade, actually. They've been around. Oh, no, they're new member. Good job, Carazola. Thank you for making your life a better thing than it was just a bit ago. You'll be warmly welcomed here in our sloppy embrace. That's disgusting. Why would anyone say that or want that? I don't know. But you will get it forcefully and repeatedly. We do have a couple super tips. Sheba says, I tried to zoom in to see what Jason dropped. Do you have better resolution? Because it looks like a gun to me. What do you think? We can go back and look. Maybe. That was just a minute ago, right?
Defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the research. So.
All right. So you got a call from.
Okay, so this is when it
Houston.
came in.
I did. Apparently.
On that. And how long did you participate in this?
As like a hostage, he had to complete a search and rescue of nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training.
I'm looking for that.
I mean, the whole was run a mile.
Opinion testimony, if there's an opinion.
A series of
Looking for the
firearm
time
as like a hostage. Times a month.
And if you have a timestamp,
shortly
roughly how far back it was from now.
Lawrence came up and
Super tip came through at 24
I just wanted to
minutes.
bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so the slower pace is.
Where was the video you're talking about?
So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of.
Let me know when. I need to know roughly what time to look for. I can maybe boost. Well, I can see what the resolution max I have is available. Wouldn't allow me to post it. It kept saying invalid content. It wouldn't let me upload it. Just tell me roughly where in the video it was. Like, I'm on this 10 Boston, but like if you go back to whatever time. You just say the timestamp and I'll go back to it from there, from where I am.
Look here, son, hush now. Stop begging. Drop that mess. You got something right and good, then be quiet and take my money. Take it.
I
God
will.
took the anger out of me. Just take this money. Shh. Take it, Beta.
Well, damn. Whisper it in my ears. Whisper it in my ears. Cup of Soothe says, love that you do this, Nick. Stay cool. Thank you very much. How's the hood life? It's doing great. It's violent out here in these streets. But we soldier on. Let's see. Word of the picture. Oh. Yeah, Sheba, I'm looking for your timestamp. Ved says you got to be tired AF. I'm tired, but like, dude, having all you guys here all day gives me beautiful nipple fueled energy. It comes in right here, so it goes right to my heart. I think that's how God built people anyway. Body cameras would have cleared everything up, and none of this would have been a debate. They cover the police's ass just as much. Protection against bad police. Yes. Yes. Body cameras have improved policing objectively. Guns should be fine on super tips, but you know, I have the moderation. I have the moderation set at minimal filterings. I don't have a blacklist on anything. Sometimes the AI might have something against guns if it thinks you're talking about self-harm, for example. Oh, S. Tom 2 says, does anyone know if the first part of the lemon pound cake stream will be posted in locals? I had not considered that. Yes, I will clip it out specifically. I'll post it to locals. I had forgotten that once I turn the membership part on, it will take away the stream. It'll turn the whole thing to a member stream. So yes, I will upload the first part of the members only stream onto locals. I'll do that as soon as I can. Like really, really soon. You got me a chicken? Oh, you're so sweet. I love it. Will's Harem says for all 20 people on locals. Yes, all approximately 900 paid locals members. It's, 20 people at a time. Sure. Not everybody can sit around for long trial streams. And a lot of people don't like trial streams too. If they're not into the trial, like they don't get into the streams too much. So it's hard to say. But no, there's about 900 locals members, paid locals members. And, that's amazing. It's fucking amazing. I want it to be more, obviously. But one step at a time. Bricktop Anarchy says, when are you going to start calling the judge out on your case? You got to follow through or he won't bend. I did last night. Well, I want to give everybody a chance to actually set a date. Set a date for the fucking hearing. Just do it. You know you want to. You know you want it. You know you want it. All right, guys. I'm going to... I think we've got everything right now that's done. I'm not seeing Sheba's timestamp or anything like that. So I think we're going to call it. I'm going to go rest for a little bit. First thing I'm going to do before I go rest is I am going to record a recap video of today. The huge bombshell moment is her boyfriend testifying about the drugs. Like, boom, fucking massive L. He took on that one. That's great. So we're going to do that. I'm working on clipping out different segments of these trials, and we'll get them We'll get them uploaded, like the Afro Man testimony. That sweet old lady who testified at the end of the Afro Man trial, she's actually probably the most devastating witness for Afro Man. So I'm going to get her testimony uploaded. As for this trial, I'll get a daily recap going. We're going to get the closing and opening arguments up. I'm going to try and not flood your notification windows. But those are the two major things. I might actually get this dork's testimony put up as well. He's critical. He's the shooting witness. I mean, he's the trigger man. So we got to get him in there. We got to get that moment where that fucking dork got his drug-addled history in, which really complicates his credibility. It complicates his motivations. It complicates everything he says. They have a crafted narrative about how he's a good guy, an upright guy, tried for special forces, but he didn't make it. So he came back to serve his community as a fireman. He's very polished, says, yes, sir. They try and steamroll through objections because they want his narrative out there. And this is the judge. The judge may sustain or overrule things, but the judge is going to hear stuff, and the judges are human. So exposing the judge to things, he may strike it from the record. It may not make it into the record, but it can still be influential on the judge. They tried to steamroll through objections. They tried to just get the narrative out there. It didn't work. And then ultimately, he said they kicked open the door. I want to go back and revisit that testimony, find out exactly where that door was kicked open. But man, those are the types of testimony that can win an entire case. And like I said, in the Afro Man trial, Afro Man's testimony was great. It was funny. It characterized and humanized him. It showed his hurt and his pain, what he's been through, and how he tried to resolve it through comedy. That was all good fodder or whatever. But the real linchpin was that lady saying, I suppose some people said some things, but not really any more than normal, Just completely boned their entire narrative about how brutal that was. Then it just looked like a bunch of cops were a bunch of pussies. So it's amazing. So her testimony's got to go up. So I'm going to be working on clips and clipping. I'm trying to be much more engaged in streamlining this process and creating more digestible and easy to find content for you guys too. Like if I can get each witness's testimony up, and I can get, opening and closing arguments, and you guys can just drop in and grab those, that's cool. I guess, right? That's awesome. So we'll do that. And those should be seeing those pop up on Rumble and on YouTube as well. So I hopefully will get some of those up. I really appreciate it. 21 new members during the stream, which is awesome. Thank you to everybody who sent in memberships, super chats, and super tips. Speaking of, we have Peanutty with a $5 super sticker. It is a pair and a workout outfit. I don't know why that is, but YouTube does that. They have those. Sheba posted a timestamp in Rumble chat. 3 hours, 40 minutes. Oh, fuck. Negative 340. Here.
Let's start from the top. Can you just replay, just start it from the beginning? We're still going to consider this, that this is during the direct watch.
Is it down here? Wait, are there more Rumble rants? Oh, there we go. Urs says, "Do you think the defense will be able to make him crack?" Sorry, I don't know why it didn't show me this one. You sent that one 20 minutes ago. Who's him? Oh, the guy on the stand, the shooter. I think so. I think they will. I get a feeling that the defense attorney's pretty decent. Okay, so here he is. He's grabbing the suitcase. Is this where you're talking about him dropping something? He's got his phone. Let's see. Here we go. Let me do this also. Let me kill the banner for the purpose of video. Let me make sure we're at max. We're at 1080p resolution. I think he dropped some clothes. He dropped like a sweater or something like that. He's going to come crawling out like a sewer rat. Runs and skins his knee. Oh, you know that was the worst. Ah! Oh, ouch. Ouch! He was bolting across the yard. Oh, dude, you know, he's sitting there just going, oh, God, stupid knee. Oh! Ah! If you're talking about the guy downstairs, though, it looked like he just dropped a like a sweater or clothing of some sort. It did not look like a gun to me. Read Rumble rants and maybe our chat too, dude. I read both chats the whole time. They're right here. The Rumble rant I just missed because my Rumble rant window, it didn't show up right away. I'm sorry. Sometimes on really long streams, the Rumble rant window has to be reset. I apologize for missing it. But yeah, that's the whole reason over here. I've got up on the screen on the stream now the chats from both YouTube and Rumble. You can see next to the little names and faces. They got a little triangle. That's a Rumble name like yours. That way I can also pull them up on screen. So I'm watching on both of them. Unfortunately, Rumble rants don't show in this chat like the YouTube super chats do. Everything else from Rumble does, but the Rumble rants don't. And it's really annoying. I'm sorry. I have a separate window for them. But that separate window, like I said, it doesn't always refresh, especially on really long streams. And Urs, I'll tell you, you're not entirely wrong. I'm not going to like argue with you on this. That's your experience. I just want to say, until recently, until I got this new setup where you can see all the chats and I can see locals, I can see Rumble. I now have everything in one place that I'm watching the whole time. And so it's certainly like since coming back and to be quite honest, a lot of it has to do with I used to be on cocaine. And so it wasn't that hard to follow a bunch of chats at the same time. It was easier to do. Coming back's been a little bit challenging with that. So I've made these changes so that all the chats are preserved because Rumble chats go away and stuff like that. But they're all preserved now. And so I'm working on that. That's all I wanted to say. I used a lot of words to say it, but I'm working on that. It's a true thing. you're not hallucinating. I have not been as good at reading chats since coming back, and so found a way to fix that. But if you haven't been here for the past like couple trial streams and stuff, you wouldn't have seen it yet. And so it's just letting you know that it is something I've been focusing on and making sure that I'm covering both these chats. And the locals chat, even though they're degenerates who are disgusting and deserve to be purged. So, with that, I'm going to turn in for the day, guys, for a while anyway. There may be something going on tonight. Maybe a stream or something to get some of the other topics than the trial. Not quite sure. Maybe members only. Who knows? We've got all kinds of fun stuff to do. But I will see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you have a wonderful one. And let's see. Let's make sure we got the full outro to play. I'll see you guys a little bit later. All right? Peace, guys. Wait a minute. Are you the streamer that went to Singapore and slapped an old lady? No. That sounds funny, though. Who the hell did that? No, that I wouldn't do anything like that. It was easier before all the people showed up. Alan Sparks, I'm actually talking about when there was like, when there would be 5,000 people amongst the platforms or more even sometimes. Like, I had just gotten really good at reading all the chats. And then with, you know, with the drugs and the very powerful stimulant, it was easy to follow along and read. So, all right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Have a good day or whatever. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have